Welcome everyone. Thanks for those who have joined. Are actually going to be that off. I don't need that. I actually was trying to get the Word document that apparently ended up on your guys' side. So yeah. But welcome everyone to the stream. If you don't know me by now, my name is Tech, and we're going to be continuing. See the new games dropping: Witcher 4, Witcher 3 for the DLC, the full remaster, yep, for free. Dungeons and Dragons Warlock, Tides of Annihilation. I currently have that on my wish list. Resonance of Black, Plague Tale, Game of Thrones for Westeros. I've heard of most of those. I have not heard of all of them. But I did hear about The Witcher getting a all for free, a complete, basically, remaster of the entire game, including the DLCs that came with it. So that's actually awesome to see that the developers actually care and not trying to cash grab at every moment that they can. Welcome, Azrael Sword. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Just gotta wait for my mouse to click on this screen so I can actually start this. Got all trailers like 2 days ago? Yeah. But there's some games I really don't care too much about. Like, I'm not gonna really care too much about the Dungeons and Dragons. The Tides of Annihilation I do need to look at because I do have it on my wish list. So I can't wait for that. It looks like it's gonna be a good game. CD Projekt Red makes other companies look like they aren't even trying. Believe it or not, I actually watched a YouTube short about, I want to say actually about a couple days ago, that said just that. That actually said that CD Projekt Red is actually making everyone else look like they're not even trying. Simply because of the whole, like, Witcher 3 remaster, the DLCs all being for free. And then, of course, you know, the whole, like, insight of having the fourth Witcher in, you know, pretty much on its way. So yeah, I actually have heard about that. It's actually crazy. It is crazy to see that. Alright, let's go ahead and get started here. Get set up. Yeah. I mean, I think the D&D might be a good game. I'm just not really... Like, even though I do like D&D, don't get me wrong, I've maybe played like a couple campaigns of, what was it? I played a variation. What was it? The DM did a campaign based off of the video game DC Online Universe, or DC Universe Online. Turned that into a D&D campaign, which I thought was really interesting. But I mean, that was unfortunately over 8 years ago, so. Suffice to say, we all don't really talk anymore because we've all just kind of drifted apart. And I'm sure everyone also lives, I don't know, maybe they all moved to different areas. I just don't know anymore. I know that if I were to, like, maybe reach out to them again, if I even know what to look for, maybe I'd rekindle some stuff. But I still have, like, all my information for my character. Funny enough, I think it's in an email. My character in that version, like in that fantasy Marvel-based D&D, was a character that had Spider-Man abilities, but also had electric powers. And was also somebody who was willing to learn about stuff too. But yeah, it was actually kind of cool to take a concept of like a video game that kind of had everything laid out for you, and it was just a matter of like expanding on that world. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I think I'd say Miles Morales would be a very good comparison to that. Like my webs themselves would have electricity embedded in them. So like I could use them as webs, or I could actually use them as stuff that would actually be able to help us move on. But yeah, like I could either like choose to use the webs, or if I wanted to, I could just use, essentially, think of like Human Torch except full of electricity. where I could actually like encase myself in electricity. Not the same as Static Shock. Not the same as that, because it isn't static electricity. Because I was in the process of making my character basically like a walking power plant, where I could just harness this power on my own while also having web slinging abilities. So if I wanted to, I could fly or I could web sling. It was kind of like the option was there. But yeah, no, it was definitely, it was fun while it lasted. I would definitely say that all of us like attentively attended and did our thing. And I remember the DM saying that if someone couldn't make it, the excuse or the reason why their character would not show up in the campaign was because at some point during the event, if the person couldn't physically make it, he would say, well, that person is under the weather and therefore they had to go to the bathroom because they had like the case of diarrhea or something like that. That would temporarily remove the player from the campaign, and then when they came back, it was just like, oh, you came back after, you know, whatever amount of time. So it was actually kind of funny how he came up with like different ways of making that work.
Okay, roll out.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get my bowling out of the way. These lanes are bad. You know, I wasn't actually paying attention to these lanes, but I actually don't like these lanes. These are actually bad. Absent due to the runs? Yes. Pretty much. So that would be like the in-game character's reason for not being there. Whereas the real person, you know, whatever life throws at them, then obviously that would be like the actual person's reason. But yeah, the DM always came up with like something unique to like have everyone pretty much at bay instead of like, oh yeah, that person isn't here. Like, oh, don't worry, they'll be here next time.
I can't wait for your next spin.
All right, Rolly, I don't know if I really like your lane. You're gonna need to change that up, man. Actually, we're not gonna go. See if we can go to the chick up here, so we can see if the chick is offering any type of stuff. Yep. But yeah, I will say, Azriel, if you haven't, this is Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, I already grabbed everything. Oh, that was from the last stream. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Now I remember. Oh, an Ocarina of Time remake? Yes, I have heard about the Ocarina of Time remake. I'm curious about that. I just don't know if I'm going to get it for the Switch 2, because I don't have a Switch 2. And that's out of, you know, that would be out of pure spite for the company's decision. I will actively and willfully choose to not get a Switch 2 because of that reason. Until people out there have found a way to reverse engineer some stuff to actually, like, you know, get past some of the, like, I don't want to say blockades because they're not really blockades, but like when they get past all the setbacks that Nintendo has in play for that console, then maybe I will. Because I'm kind of considering on modding my Switch 1. Because other than like the screen upgrades and stuff like that, like other than like the OLED screen and like the Hall effect sensor for the joysticks, people have found a way to pretty much jailbreak the Switch 1 to allow you to have, you know, a bunch of games on there. You can have a different interface and essentially unlock more of that console. Plus, I've also seen people mod their Switch 1s to overclock them to give you higher performance in games that would otherwise be locked at 30 FPS, which would also include a limiter removal for some of those games. So yeah, emulating it is definitely going to be the best route. I mean, what is it now? They have emulation that goes like all the way to the PS5, I believe. Or no, the PS5 is in the works of having like a proper implementation of a PS5 emulator. They have done all of the consoles pretty much up to PS5, and I assume the Switch as well, although I'm sure they do have that. At least the Switch 1. Because right now, from what I understand, the two people that are working on the PS5 emulator have said that it's a bit troublesome right now. There's some there's some barriers they have to overcome. And with the lovely future that we're about to have, thanks to our corporate overlords, Sony, we're in the works of having a discless future. And even though I'm against having no discs, obviously this game is on Steam, so I bought this game virtually, but I still support having physical media because I think it's something to love. It's something to actually say you own it. Although, if I had to use my imagination on what Sony could possibly do, because it is totally possible, they could essentially implement a keycard system with PlayStation discs. They've already done it before in the past. Like, I think it was Anthem. I want to say Anthem and some other games. They technically did that where you put the disc in, and in order for you to really play the game, you have to have an internet connection. There really wasn't much of an offline mode. So that was like their way of implementing that similar system. But I would not be surprised if they did implement that, saying, you want discs, we'll give you discs, but they won't have any data on them because they'll have just enough to ping our servers so we can download the game for you and you can play it online. Because, you know, like how Nintendo does it.
See you again, Hunter.
Come on over.
I remember a time when companies took pride in their physical media. Guidebooks, maps, CD soundtracks, posters, etc. Yes, I do too. In fact, I have in my entertainment center here that's now being used as a storage facility, I have a full guide still in the shrink wrap, I want to say, of Final Fantasy 13. So it's an entire guide, and technically I still have as mint of condition that it can be the booklets for Pokemon Dungeon Red Rescue Team. I have kept that book in as pristine condition as possible. It does have a tear inside because of the map. When they made that game, they didn't create perforations for you to cut in the map. So I basically ripped it out of the book. But like outside of that, it's still like all the pages are still in nice crisp condition. The pages are not yellowed on the outside, and the spine is as good as it can get. That's all I can say with that. It is pretty hard to... That's probably my most pristine book that's like actually used versus, you know, the other one that's still in the shrink wrap. But yeah, like I totally get it. Those are actually really cool, and even something that predates that, even like before full-fledged guides on books, would have been stuff like Nintendo Power or Game Informer or stuff like that, where some of them actually gave you some good insights. Nintendo Power would legitimately just help you because it'll give you like, it'd give you stuff that actually would be useful for the games that, you know, you're gonna play. But those were also during a time when consoles were also not extremely complicated. And, well, it was kind of like a give and a take, right? So it's like, you got a simple console that basically ran everything under the sun. Nothing that you threw at it would phase it, but at the same time, it was a huge learning curve because you had to learn every part of that game, especially secrets. There was no guide for you unless you owned the actual manual, like not the instructional manual, but like the actual play guide that would tell you everything. But most people didn't. So it's like you had to figure that out yourself. It was just like, yeah, if you technically, Super Mario World is a game that's actually meant for both speedrunners and casual people. Nintendo actually had it in pretty much embedded in the game that if you wanted to be a speedrunner, they have shortcuts implemented for you to do that. So you can skip parts of the game and get to the end quicker. Or if you wanted to be a casual, like I was, and I still am today with that game, you could take your time. There's secrets that you can get that will just blow your mind away. But for example, one of the secrets that you had was in one of the ghost houses, where in order to get out of the house, you actually had to beat the boss, but the boss was located, like the door to get to the boss was located at the very top of the level, and the only way that you would ever know is in a certain room you needed to have the cape. and you actually didn't have like a lot of platform to run. So once you got up, you just had to like go up there and get lucky with like turning Mario around to get onto the platform and inside. It's the same thing with, what is it called, donut something, where you go through the level normally and you just move on, right? But if you don't, there's a spot where you can technically run up, but most people wouldn't have the blocks needed to just run straight up because you needed to unlock blocks. In order to do that, you had to explore more of the world, unlock the like the big block, which was a level of its own, and then you can backtrack to that level to essentially go from there. But that was like Nintendo's way of holding your hand on that if you did that. But if you were like most people, including myself, you probably got the cape from the very beginning of the level. You kept it with you. Either you were one of two people. You were like me and played the rest of the level and then tried to actually go all the way up and fly up into it, or you skipped pretty much the whole level by flying up because there was actually little cloud platforms that you could technically go on that cover half of the level, so you just skip it. It's incredible how like some of those older games, there's a lot of small details that they paid attention to. Now for Pete's sakes, you need to have Prometheus on speed dial, because either you put blinders on and you don't look up a guide at all to give yourself that authentic experience, or you look it up online, ruin the experience, and then you're like, okay, I now know this because I watched it on like a stream or I watched it on YouTube. It was definitely something. But yeah, it's crazy nowadays where there's a lot of like, we don't really have really a lot to look forward to just because of like all the doom and gloom that's ahead of us with these companies making these decisions. And I will say, as much as I would love to blame Sony for this decision, I can't give them 100% of the blame, because by the end of the day, they don't come to these conclusions because they want to. They came to these conclusions because we gave them all the evidence to do it. According to them, they say there's a huge want of people going discless instead of, keeping and preserving the physical media. And I don't know if that's 100% true. I could see that as being true, but I don't see it as 100% true. But throughout all these years, people kept crying out about this kind of stuff. They kept showing proof. They kept showing evidence about how people are emulating a lot of these games. People are basically ripping their discs onto SSDs, onto, like, when you see modding videos of people modding their consoles, one of the things that gets factored into that is being able to essentially, like, for example, the PS2. There's a mod called Free McBoot. What Free McBoot does, it does a bunch of different things that's really cool for the PlayStation 2. Unlocks a lot of potential that I wish the PlayStation 2 had back in its heyday. But one of the things it has is essentially being able to rip your physical media into the digital world. It becomes a digital game at that point. Granted, you own it, but it shows the process of copying the game's data and ripping it to an SSD, so you never have to touch your disc again. So I look at this and I think, well, out of all the things that we have shown them that could be done, and all the evidence that we have shown that we can make consoles better through this, through that, one of those things is getting rid of the disc reader, getting rid of the Blu-ray reader. And so I see it as a 50-50. Why? Because the company's a business by the end of the day, so they're going to do what's most efficient for them and what helps them fast track themselves to making more money. We give them the ammunition they need to then come back and say, hey, we're going to get rid of this. And then we're all like pitchforks and torches because we don't want to do that. We don't want that to happen. But at the same time, if we don't want this to happen, maybe we shouldn't be constantly showing that kind of stuff. Maybe we shouldn't be constantly vocalizing that kind of stuff. I get it. With older consoles, it's great to do that because those are standard discs. They're not Blu-ray. But by the end of the day, we're just giving these companies a reason to do that, to make that change happen. Now, I don't know if that's their reason behind it. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But that's my interpretation of why this transition's going to happen, and we're having no say about this. Like, we're not going to be able to save it. It's just going to be a diskless future. And our one person... Yeah, I did see the email about that. It's sad. But hey, I mean, at least we got Leak, right? Cyber Leak? Who has who has a running copy of GTA 6 that he's basically blackmailing Sony with. Now all the cases are recycled cheap plastic, no papers, but ads for other games, no booklets or guides unless you have get a collector's edition. Also, love the voice. Thank you very much. Over time, I've been trying a little bit here and there. But I would think that would be like my interpretation of that comment that you made, though. So yeah. I mean, let's be honest here. I think the last generation of when companies actually gave any, that they actually liked what they were doing was probably the early 2000s. I think the early 2000s, bar none, was the last generation of we have to work to get your attention. Because if we really look at it, anything before that point was absolutely wacky. They would just, I swear, I don't think they would even know what marketing really was, because they just spend a bunch of money marketing. They would spend these crazy amounts of money, or they would have possibly their own employees just, use their cameras, make recordings of this stuff, and then do a little bit of magic to make it work. But like, they would come up with a bazillion different ways to sell you the product that they really want you to buy. And you bought it because the commercial looked cool. I mean, when it came to drinks, part of the reason why I liked the drink Sobe before Pepsi destroyed the brand after they acquired it, Sobe was really cool because the graphic on the bottle, not only was it because it was a glass bottle and not a plastic bottle, which came a little bit later, thanks Pepsi, but one, it showed a lizard on a skateboard with a helmet. It looked pretty cool. So it gave me the impression that, hey, these are for cool people who are probably active people too. And then the commercials looked pretty cool. Capri Sun had some really cool commercials too. And also probably some scary commercials. Yeah. The imagination just runs wild with these older commercials. But like nowadays, they don't have to work as hard because we don't give them a reason to work hard anymore. Now we've lived in this like recycled era where all you have to do is just say, we have the newest iPhone. It has about like 5 to 10 more megapixels when you zoom in. It has a bigger battery. Ooh, bigger battery. Ah, yes. So you can have maybe another hour of like screen time. We also have the ability for you to do like post work. Like when you record something at 4K, we have the ability where you can edit stuff in post on your phone. I think that is cool, to be honest. Don't get me wrong. I think that technology is freaking awesome on a phone. But that's kind of the thing that we're all seeing now. And everyone's eating it up because guess what? I don't have to try as hard anymore. If I just give you tech specs and you're in that circle, or you're in that group, or you know what I'm talking about, you're going to be super excited. As for everyone else, well, I guess screw you, because you're going to have to learn from someone what all the lingo means. Or they just don't even bother with a commercial. They're just like, this stuff just got shadow dropped, and now you're just like, oh, I didn't know they even had this. Like, for example, the Mr. Beast stuff. Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Jake Paul, probably Jake Paul maybe have gotten a commercial, but like certain content creators never actually got like a full-fledged commercial. I think it's because they did it on their own dime and obviously had their own ways. But like mainstream media didn't even really bother like showcasing their stuff. You just see it in a store and I was like, oh, like when I seen it at the store, I was like, oh, this is one of PewDiePie's drinks. Okay, cool, I guess. Because I wasn't paying attention to his stuff anymore. Like I kind of grown out of it and it's not like he does the same stuff anymore. So it's like someone like me, as much as I love to like buy something that's different, that's new, I'm not really impressed because it's like you're not trying to sell me the product anymore. You're just trying to show me and say, buy this, and expect me to say, yes, how much is it? Like that doesn't work with me. You're going to have to work a little bit harder. Man, I remember like one that really stuck with me, that resonated, was Pokemon. Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Red. had some of the coolest commercials that was on TV for their lineup of video games. Like Game Freak had a really cool, like, I think for them, that commercial reminds me of the Six Flag commercials, where it's just like you have this one guy, you got a bus, everyone goes in, it's a whole new world there inside the bus. It looks fun. The kids in the commercial are having fun, the adults are having fun. Like, you just have that immersion. Like, there is something there that you can relate to, and it's like, wow, this must be cool, even though the graphics are like over 30 years old and it doesn't really look that impressive now. But the commercial made it look like it was gold. It polished it, it shined it, it did everything to make it look like it was the best thing out there. And it's what sold me on getting it. I want my lizard I want my lizard milk back. Sidebar, are you ready for more Middle Earth tomorrow? Oh, hell yeah, man. I am ready for that. I cannot wait to play more Lord of the Rings. War of the North. I cannot wait for that, dude. Alright, let me take a look now. I'm going to put myself back in the game because I want to try something out here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this with, like, set bonuses or not, but I'm going to try to accomplish this. My goal, I want to make a poison build, something akin to what I have in World. What I have in World, honestly, I love it because it's basically a COVID build. Once you get the sniffles or you sneeze, you're going to be sick, and you're probably going to stay that way throughout the whole fight. I have not been able to recreate this build, at least anywhere close to, at least as close to how I have it in World. That build is really effective at poisoning monsters. I have something very similar to my epileptic build, which I aptly named the Gift of Epilepsy. And it paralyzes monsters, and it's pretty good at applying it more than like 2 or 3 times, which is what I hope to achieve here. But this game changes some things up a little bit, so I want to see if we can actually make this happen, or at least get as close as we can, right? But at the end of the day, that's really what's going to matter, is how close we can get to that point. And, oh, by the way, Knobnard, now that you're here, that comment I made on Discord about it's 4 out of 3 people, that's essentially because of Optimus Prime. Our OG, the guy who played as Optimus Prime, or voiced Optimus Prime in the OG Transformers, passed away. So you have Hayden that passed away. I think that's her name. Obviously, you have Tim Curry that recently passed away. Rest in peace. Obviously we have like the other, I forget the other person's name off the top of my head right now, but like that was originally 3, and then the guy who recently passed away was the guy who would have been the 4th. So yeah, 4 people out of 3 within this past, like, is within this week, because Dolly Parton. So yeah, quarantine yourself immediately. I swear, man. No, see what it is it's whatever is in California. Whatever is in California obviously is killing these people. I remember at work when I talked to my coworker about this, he said, "Oh man, wait, Tim Curry passed? Like, I remember him in Clue." And I said, "Yeah, man, Tim Curry passed away." Man, why can't it be why can't it be a bad person that dies that way? It's like, geez, why is it always the good people that die? I'm like, you know, I think everyone, I can speak for everyone when I can say this. Why, indeed. we all ask ourselves these questions. Is it something in the water? Is it something they're eating? Is it in the air that they're breathing? I have no idea. But what I do know is that a lot of these people are straight up dying. Well, Tim and Peter went on the same day. Yep. Peter Cullen, yes. So I guess that would make 5. Because it was literally on the 26th that he passed. So I was like, holy crap, man. The good thing is, at the very least, he was 85. Wasn't 80 like the other 2, but 85. It's something, man. I really don't know what we could, like, I don't know what else to do at that point. Because it's like, man, now we're just gambling every day that we wake up. By the end of the day, we should all be professional gamblers. And they're like, what do you mean by that? Oh, simple, because we're alive every day that we wake up, because there's people apparently dying left and right. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Wait, hold on. That build I had. I hope I actually still have that build. Let's see here. You were the build, right? Yeah. Maybe. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yes. Hold on. We don't need you. You're the one with yeah, nah, we don't need you. Or we got this guy, right? Oh crap. No. Okay, maybe we do need you. And maybe we need you. Oh. Well, where did the other one go? Where did the other one? I mean, this has it, but that's not what I'm looking for. I thought I had one that had... Oh, no, this would have been the one. Oh, this would be the one. Because it has the GOG. Okay, so it's got GOG... Yeah, GOG Apocalypse. Gotcha. I mean, that actually would be good, because technically that's active, right? So, like, it'd be active. Interesting. Yeah, you know what? We could probably do some more gambling, but we'll have to grind some more because I want my element to be higher. Not necessarily the affinity or raw attack, because I really don't care too much for that. Dang. Okay. Well, let's reset. We're going to reset here. I'm going to look for stuff that's, like, good here. There's probably money. I mean, if you're on Kelshi, maybe you should, like, gamble, like, start betting money on Kelshi. Who's the next person that's going to pass away? Because you can literally gamble on anything, and you can get money for it. If that's, you know, that's probably not ideal. But, yeah. I actually heard of it's crazy, actually, now that I mentioned that platform, I've heard of a crazy story about it, where someone in the military who was high rank actually went on Kelshi and put in... What was it? Put in like 70,000 or something like that, $70,000 or like $100-something-thousand, and the gamble was on like the Strait of Hormuz, on how it would eventually devolve to the president, like, you know, taking aggressive action on it, and obviously he ended up winning that because, you know, for obvious reasons, and Kalshi actually said, oh, well, the winnings here would have been like 200 and something thousand. I think it was like 200,500, so like $250,000, maybe a little bit more. And Kalshi said, yeah, so because... Oh, no, sorry, it was 300. Yeah, it was about 325 to 350,000. Because it was like a pretty big pot that he put in. And Kalshi basically told him, we're not giving you the money. And the reason why we're not giving you the money, because we're very suspicious that you had insider knowledge on this, and that only you would know this, so you're not getting your deposit, like, you're not getting your earnings, and you're not getting the money back that you put into this. So, in the end, Kalshi just made a whole bunch of money because this guy is trying to use insider trading, essentially, to make a quick buck. And then I looked at my coworker and I said, good for Kalshi. That guy deserved it. That's not fair to do something like that. Although you can technically bet on anything, yes, but it has to be within reason. So, like, I definitely said to him, I applaud Kalshi for standing up and saying no. Big payout, but don't do that. Kind of bad. Alright, let me take a look at what we got here. Good look here. Let's look at slot level. We can see what we have that gives us our three decos here, because I want to try, my goal here is to try to get skills like Agitator, Coalescence, maybe some like Poison Attack, obviously, because I'm going to try to focus on Poison. I'm going to try to see if we could do that. Maybe Foray could probably be included in there. I don't know if we're going to make that happen. And then if we want to do like go the damaging route, then we can do Burst for damage. But I want to try to see what we could do to like proc this, because I want poison to try to activate as many times as possible. So we'll see what we can do. Okay, so first things first. Do poison attack. Let me see what we got here. That would cover our poison immediately, but then blast resistance is also questionable, because not like we're gonna be fighting monsters that will have blast blight a lot. Let's see here. Actually, that's not too bad. That's pretty good. I like the pair up here. I mean, critical eye could be replaced with something else in my opinion, but not bad. Ooh. Charged attacks. Would Dual Blades Demon Mode count as a charged attack? I know that the Insect Glaive should count at that, because you have to literally charge it up to do the flurry of attacks. So I think that should work. But obviously we'll have to see. Yeah, that makes total sense. Temporarily grants me dragon element effects. Oh, wait a minute. That actually could be good. Convert element might actually be a good thing, because if that's the case, that means that not only will this poison, but this will also afflict potentially dragon damage, which then could maybe afflict Elder Seal. That might be a good play there. I will go ahead and plug that in for now. Oh, here's one with burst. Actually, what does this one give me? Just gives me a level 1. I don't like that. We got one level 3 here, a level, well, this is a level, so level 3, a level 1, and I believe Bludgeoner is also a level 1 skill with 2 more level 1s. So that's not too bad. If you ever want to consider to see like how good a charm is in this game, by the way, look at the skills that it's offering. And then if you have those decorations, as they call them in this game, if you have the jewels for them, it gives you an idea as to like what they're actually offering you. So you can actually look at something and say it's garbage when it's like a bunch of level 3 stuff, but at the same time you make it something with like some level 1s and you're like, this is really good. This is an example of this, where burst is a level 3 skill that is pretty nice to see here, but we have 2 potentially level 1s, but because we get 2 extra 1 slots for our slots, I don't think it's that bad. I do like this because convert element is it's not a decoration that you can apply. It's actually strictly through armor. So this is, in my opinion, more valuable than something like this, just because you're getting something that doesn't have a decoration to it. So great to have something like that. And it gives you an idea of what to look at. Foray is another one of those where I believe it's a level 3 decoration. So again, you're getting a level 3 decoration with, might I add, the slots for a level 2 and a 1, which is really pretty good. Punishing Draw. Would that actually, let me see here. Adds a stun effect to draw attacks. That actually can work with dual blades, actually, because if you, let's say you're, if you're running, the moment you draw your weapons out to attack, that's your draw attack, right? That's your punishing draw. Most people usually use this with greatswords, simply because greatswords you're automatically attacking, but with dual blades and insect glaive, and well, any weapon really, except I'm not going to include the bow guns in this because I don't think that works like that, because you have to kind of like aim a little bit before you fire. But with all the bladed weapons, technically, the moment you draw to do your attack, however weak that is, this does technically still apply because you're drawing your weapon out to deal damage. So it also deals a little bit of stun. So that's actually not bad. And this technically has skills that we are looking at, because we're potentially looking at Foray as well as poison attack. This one just gives us 2 levels, which means we could technically max this out without the need of occupying any of our armor slots, which I might again do that. Let's see. Tool Specialist. That's a solid choice with a level 3. Can never go wrong with that. This is another one that's actually really good because we could technically build this into a Coalescence build with the Blight Resistance. Speaking of, here's one such skill that has like 2 levels of Coalescence, which by the way, actually this is a really good this is a really good charm because, again, you have 2 levels of Coalescence, so 2 level 2 decorations, plus the extra decoration there for your 2 and 1 in the slots. Basically max this out. So another really good one. I'm gonna play around with this because, again, convert elements a armor only skill. This is another one that's good if you want to protect yourself from monster screams. So let's do that. Let's focus on this one first, see how it works. If we don't like it, then we can move to this one, because honestly I can create a build with this and I wouldn't have to think twice. So that's awesome. This also means that once we actually get our poison attack, we don't have to use it for our weapons. We can literally just go F off because I forgot. These are all defensive skills and not any attacking skills. Great. Okay. Which means what we would have to do is essentially pick one of the stuff, like one of these weapons, and have something with 1 level of poison. So we can actually get rid of our Venom Jewel. Since we don't have any Venom Jewels that give us anything else. Really don't want to do this, but might have to sacrifice this for that. That's rough, dude. That is really rough. I mean, it's whatever though. At the same time, that just means we have to figure out. We'll just have to like find a way to do this because honestly, what you're looking at here. Another thing too, if you want to understand more about breakdowns of these skills, when you see the bonuses next to or underneath the percentages, literally just think of this. 10% plus 20 means, this actually means with the game, it's 10% plus 20%. So you're gaining 30% build up with level 2 and 70% with level 3. Now that does not always translate to just constantly poisoning them. Because remember, each time you activate the poison and the monster gets sick, they gain some resistance to that. So now you have to work a little bit harder to get to this point. That kind of sucks though that we don't have. It's the one skill that I actually do not have. But that's fine. Because we can do that. We can run. Let's see if we can look for the convert element. And let me see what other options we have here. Because honestly, we should have some good options here. And like this one's also a pretty good option. The focus and convert elements. Let's see. Handicraft. I would have liked to see that at more than just 1 slot. Okay, so bludgeoner and convert elements good. We're not using water. Critical element would actually be counterintuitive because this game has critical status, which applies towards stuff that applies a status effect. Mind's Eye is actually not that bad. It's pretty good. And paralysis attack actually would be kind of crazy too. Man, this really sucks. Because if I can't even put like... Oh, weird. Watch. I'll show you guys what I mean by this. Do you see all these? These are offensive skills. These are skills that you're going to use when you're on the offense. So you're not going to find these in defensive skills. You will find stuff maybe like earplugs, evade extender, stuff like that, yes, but you won't really find too much. For example, like the agitator, the burst. Usually the very first spot there. And what I'm seeing here are defensive skills. I also do see the reason why that's the case because of all this. So we don't have the actual, slot size for it. I wish we could upgrade these charms too, like whichever ones we like, we could just invest in. I think that'd be pretty cool. You know what that means? That just means we gotta roll with what we got. I will have to literally sack one of my level 3 slots unless we take this and we use this and not have poison. Oh, I do. Oh, that's horrible. I only have that as wait, do dual blades only have one poison weapon? That's the max? I don't believe that. Hold on. I do not believe this. There's no way, dude. Hold on. Dual blades. Let me see here. Nope. Elements. Poison. Oh, thanks, game, for, you know, pointing me in the right direction. There is no way. There is no way, guys, that there's only one poison weapon in the dual blade tree. There is no way, dude. There's how many dragon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 different trees for dragon. Let me see here. I see 1, 2. We have another fire. 3, 4. 4 trees for fire. And I already see here 2 trees right off the rip for thunder. You're only telling me that there's one of these trees? Nah, man, I don't believe this. I do not believe this at all. I refuse to believe this. That is so bad. That is so bad. And the best one they have here, that's not good sharpness for a rarity 8. Look at the rarity 8s here that I have collected for this weapon. Aside from that, white sharpness. This has blue sharpness. And again, I'm sure maybe when the DLC comes out, they'll add more to this, but that's pretty bad. Each of these do look like they have something. I am actually, I'm just taken aback. Let me look at my favorite weapons in this game. Favorite type of weapon. The glaive, the insect glaive. I see 1. There's no way, dude. There is no way. How did the developers of Monster Hunter World at least give me like 3 different trees for the insect glaive for poison? But in this game, only give you just 1. There's no way, dude, that you only get 1. I mean, granted, they got the monster right, and this weapon, this weapon, technically has more sharpness. I really hope this DLC gives us more, because they need more of these weapons. They need more of the sleep weapons. They need more of the paralysis weapons. I want my monsters to dance in one place. I want my monsters to get the sniffles. And I can't believe I'm actually going to say this. I also want my monsters to go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Without the Tony Stark Hulkbuster suit. Now, I will say, though, this weapon actually does work. It is pretty cool how it works. But, again, I'm new to water, and I'm new to sleep weapons in this game. Because in World, never used those. I never touched them. I think I have them crafted, but I just never, ever touched them. Because I just didn't bother. Went through the whole story, the whole DLC as well. Fought all the monsters without the need to ever use them. And I never even bothered to entertain the idea of using water because I thought it was kind of dumb, especially with Frostblight actually being, in my opinion, better. But now I learned something new.
Leaving already?
Dang, that hurts, man. That actually hurts. You know what? Let me see if I have the means, because I might have to fight Gogmazios again if I'm going to do this. Upgrade to Ardian. Oh, sorry. Upgrade to Gogmazios, not Ardian. I mean, you know what? Technically, we could do this. Technically, we can just do this for now, and then once we get more of the tarred devices for the element focus, then we can go from there. I think that's my strategy here. That's gonna be my plan of attack. We're also gonna have a higher affinity for this because I want a better chance at hitting this.
Can I proceed?
Please, please. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be like praying real hard here. Do not give me crap abilities. I want something decent. You know what? I could take... You know what? I'll take Uduna. I'll take that skill. That's a good skill. I like the skill.
You can leave this to me.
Oh, crap. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're not upgrading. Let's reinforce the Gogma.
You can leave this to me.
Don't cope, bro. They don't care about status. I know they don't, but guess what? I do. That's why I don't. Why I don't have Jin charge plate. Dang. I guess we'll never know. I know we're gonna be rolling again. I don't know. I do have a defensive build that actually does utilize Uduna's ability, so maybe I can actually make use of that. Like that's why I'm thinking to myself, maybe we could definitely keep going. I'm gonna make sure we can get higher here because if I'm gonna invest into poison, I want this to be higher. Especially since I'm going to go eventually leaning towards the elements. Do we actually want triple element and affinity? What am I saying? Yes, yes we do. We want to keep that. And we got plenty of this. And if we don't, we got plenty of it. Because I'll just sack everything else.
Should I begin?
Hey, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Plan on using status on 10. I mean, yeah, the status event. I'm eventually trying to evolve my builds to the point where I have a list of builds that I will never have to touch again. Like that's my goal. In World, I technically have like at least 5 to 7 builds, or no, not at least 5. Yeah, about 5 builds that I'm not going to be touching again because they are set in place. It will just be a skill issue from that point forward, but I like the build where it's at. Unless there's a way I can cram even more into the build, it's staying that way. So I'm trying to transplant my COVID build, my Aztec Warrior build from World into this, and this game's way. So yeah. Oh, I know it's very nerfed against 10. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's nerfed. Yeah, they really don't care about it. That's why that's like why World kind of got nerfed in some way too. Some part of me wants to roll again. Screw it, let's do it. We're gonna roll again because I want to see if we can get higher. Now that's higher. What the heck? That's an odd number. Nah, I don't like that.
A sage choice.
Yep. Roll. I don't like that either. Roll.
A sage choice.
That's better. That's actually better. Now I have a problem with this because I don't think I'm actually going to get any higher. I'd have to get really lucky for this. So now I'm going to have to like farm Gog for the rest of the way. But yeah, I love status builds in World. I mainly only have 2 because I don't run sleep in that game because I just never really bothered. So yeah, unfortunate. Just never really bothered. Can't believe I'm actually doing this, but we're gonna make that a 1. Means actually, you know what? No, we'll probably just leave this at 2 because we'll have other ways to make this work, right? Actually, you know what? I don't like the fact that like convert element's gonna have to be in armor in order for me to make this work. Hold on. Let me check again for poison. I swear I know exactly what I'm doing with this. I know what I'm doing. I just sometimes it's a little hard if you want something to work the way you want it. to actually manifest in this game. Okay, that's weird. Why would you have fire resistance with poison duration up? I forget. This game has some of the weirdest combinations of stuff that I've probably ever seen. And I'm still trying to get like the perfect combination of decorations in World. All right, so can't actually use any of those really, unless I use this. Can't really use much. That actually kind of sucks. Well, if we're gonna do that, I might as well go down this route then. Actually, wait a minute. No, yeah. Hold on. Yep, I think I know what I'm doing here. I think. Ooh, hold on. Antivirus could be a decent skill. Greatly increases recovery rate after contracting the frenzy. After contracting the frenzies, not any frenzy. Not any frenzy. It's the frenzy. They should capitalize that word. Emphasize frenzy. Like, honestly, I think they should have just simply said after contracting frenzy. Like, that's pretty clear. I don't think we needed to emphasize it with the frenzy. But sure. And 10% affinity if cured. Frenzy's a bit weird to actually cure, in my opinion, because it's like you can throw all the null berries you want, and it just doesn't really cure you until it fully goes away, in my opinion. I really could just do this. Probably should just do this and then do convert element through armor at this point. Sure, I'd probably be like going overboard with coalescence, or no, with poison attack. Ah, I have to attack with it. Interesting. That's interesting because every time I use it, it seems to go down ever so much, ever so slightly. But yeah, I could probably see that. So you can get the crit buff again. True. Probably then we'll go this route then. Critical status. Because in critical status, technically I can get both of those and just max. Well, that's an attack skill, so never mind. We'll not get that because I technically can just deco that. Excuse me. I guess we could go critical eye. I don't know. I guess we could do that. This is also really good too. Dang. Okay. Crit draw. Ah. Speed sharpening, coalescence. I mean, if I do, you know what? I'm gonna try something. Let's try. Could do this. This is actually not too bad. That's 2 level 1 decorations. I hate that. I don't like that either because then we're stuck here with this. I don't think critical status is something we can access. I got it. Gore gives you frenzy. Cure frenzy with attacking gives you crit. Antivirus gives you more crit for curing frenzy. That's fair. Yeah, critical status also allows me to, you know, either put monsters to sleep, activate Blast Blight more, paralysis, poison, whatnot. So I'm trying to see if we can lean into this a little bit more. Alright. We'll give this a go because honestly, I could just leave this the way it is. Because we have poison duration up there as well as poison attack, and unfortunately we don't have like a separate decoration like we do with one we have here. Where is it? Poison duration up. Yeah, like unlike this one that we have where it actually does have extra stuff. Like, that sucks. Slugger. Actually, Slugger could work if we're technically doing that one skill where it actually adds a little bit of stagger, because I think that works. It's an offensive buff slash debuff. If you don't cure frenzy or not aggressive, then you get full frenzy and you won't be able to heal. Interesting. I could probably make a gamble build then, like a Gamba build with that. Alright, that's gonna be one of my weapons. We'll go with this one as well. And good thing about this one is that technically I don't really have to like go into this like I have here. Oh yeah, Charge Master, because this does have a charge. I could just do this one because this already has critical status and poison duration up. So I don't even know why I did. Wait, how limited crit is in wild? Yeah, it's one of the best crit giving skills. That's true. You're right about that. Let's see here. This is the key. I would want this. I think the other one that would also be just as good is probably Master's Touch. Mainly because Master's Touch, you get an 80% chance when landing crits that it won't cut down on sharpness. So I think that's also a really good one too. Like it has moments. It's got its moments where it could be really good. If that's what it is, poison duration up is just 1, so that's cool. We actually don't need to worry. For certain high crit builds, yeah. Otherwise, obviously, something like Polish Protector would be my go-to. Or, in this case, I guess it would be either like Razor Sharp or... I don't want to say Bludgeoner. Like, Bludgeoner I kind of like if I don't really care. If I don't actually care for the sharpness at all. Like, sure, then I'll just go crazy with that. But... like, I usually just, like, Protective Polish. Razor Sharpness would be, like, a second for me. And then... I guess Bludgeoner would be okay. Yeah, no, Bludgeoner is not okay. It would be alright, in my opinion, but just not really something I would go for. And then... could do a little bit of Power Prolonger. That actually doesn't even matter. We're just gonna go Focus. Yeah, Razor Sharp is way better. I think you're right about that. Because, like, Protective Polish, you get 90 seconds of no sharpness loss at all, whereas Razor Sharpness, or Razor Sharp in this game, extends throughout the entirety of the fight. So, yeah, totally is worth it if you're doing that. Alright, so as I have this now, we're going to get rid of that. So, we got Coalescence, we got our Poison, doesn't even matter what weapon we have, so technically we got our Poison, critical status, we got Charge Master for the Glaive, and let's see, 1 level of Slugger from the crit status. We can probably see if there's something else here we can use that for. Because unless I go all 3 skills with a KO, I'm not really going to make much of a dent. Let's see. Crit status would maybe like Focus. I mean, Handicraft, could do that, I guess. Like a turtle there. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. So let's see. Armor sets here. Kind of curious. First things first, I am going to equip, or I'm going to select the Convert Element. Because what I'm very curious about here is after taking elemental damage, temporarily grants you dragon element effects. I know that obviously works with dragon element, but is this the same? I'm going to see if this would be the same as like Azure Bolt or Scorcher, where Scorcher and Azure Bolt adds on the element to your weapon. So regardless of what element it is. I'm trying to see all the different possible ways we can add on with our poison weapon to try to make it good. Even if that means that any weapon I hold is basically going to be like a essentially quad elemental build. I want to see if this actually applies to non-dragon weapon. Yeah, I do know that it does act differently from Scorcher, because Scorcher and Azure Bolt are static. They are based off of the hits that you do. Every X hit will apply a flat damage of fire and a flat damage of thunder. And if you actually include fire attack and thunder attack into your weapons, even if they're not those elemental weapons, it actually boosts the effect of Scorcher and Azure Bolt, respectively. But you would have to add those in. But I am curious to see if this actually does, if it actually allows me to do something like that. Plus, I am also not afraid to use the Gamma if we have that. Or, wow, really? This is what's going to give us that? Yikes. This is Beta. Wow. Okay, so we're going to have Beta gear, apparently. We're going to be a Beta today. Yeah, because, like, this would be good, too. Because the weakness exploit is an affinity booster. And having, like, 5 levels of these would be great. And it won't be that hard to get 5 levels of that. Well, this is our very first. Okay, well, this will cover that. Cool. So that's going to cover our thing there. So that's cool. Now, I guess to, I don't know, round this out. Maybe have, like, one additional piece of armor here. We can look for a Gamma. So that way we can have some extra stuff. So, like, we can either go this route. Or, let me see here. This is elemental absorption, but this one is not going to be effective for us. I believe the reason why is because this is basically... Wait, grants you element effects. I've always kind of like barely understood this effect. If I'm not mistaken, R-Type. If I'm not mistaken, is elemental absorption go something like this? Does it go something like this? If I were to be attacked by, let's say, if I were to be attacked by a monster that, you know, hit me with a fireball, for example, and like I get hit by that, does it grant me fire to my weapons? Okay, so I take the element damage and then my... Oh, so it just boosts my current element's damage up. Is that what you're saying? Okay, that changes everything then. That sounds like it makes a lot more sense. So that makes a lot of sense. Increases elemental attack and resistance to elements taken at activation by 8. Ideally, the only real reason why you would do this is mainly because of the resistance. Alright, well then let's take a look at other things here then. And I will definitely circle back to that. Now let's see here. This is not what I'm looking for. Not what I'm looking for. Yes. Ooh. That's pretty good. I get 2 level 3s out of this. I have 2 level 3 skills already. 2 more. So I can get level 4 flare. If I go this route. Even though that just has burst right now. I can go both of these. That's actually crazy. Because whatever I decide to do here... Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, no. I would have to put Lagiacrus in the other one. It is. Good thing is we already have that maxed out based off of our talisman. So yeah. Because Mizu and Gore and synergy with Gog. Oh yeah. True. That actually makes sense. I could use Gog Apocalypse then, because technically I could just Gog it up and then use like 1 piece of armor from... Right, I could do that. Gog Apocalypse. There's elemental absorption right there. What is this one? This is Guardian Arkfeld. No, because I want the convert elements. So, no, we're not using it. So we can, I think, no, because this is, dang it, man. Dang. Oh, the chest piece. No, the chest piece has Scorcher. And that's not something I'm going to want anyways. That sucks. I wish GOG armor had, I wish that the GOG armor had Lagiacrus. Because I would have taken that in a heartbeat. That sucks. Gore Frenzy and Mitsu Bubble Dance? I mean, true, I could go that route. What I want to try to do is like my main goal here was to try to get possibly like this build to have like 3 different things. Dog has Mitsu and Odo. Oh yeah, yeah he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah, I didn't like the fact that it was in an alpha set though that he had Odo. But hey, but it is, I guess. Okay, so we could go as much as I probably would want go this route. Okay. I like the fact that this, but then again, we got, I want to give a try to what I had in mind. So this is 3, 2, 1. Might like that. Alright, let me see. Where is Iacrit? Leviathan's. That's actually, I think that's personally better in my opinion because of the stamina surge. Let me equip this for now. Equip that for now and we'll see. And here, that's not what I want for. Fulgur, Ebony, Shagama. This is 331. That's actually pretty nice. This case, I don't know. I think that this might be better, so I might want to try to actually upgrade this one. Because the Adrenaline Rush would just give me... That would just give me more attack, and I can't say no to that. So I'm probably going to have to circle back to that. Weakness Exploit and Latent Power. I mean, if we do that, gives us 3 levels, which gives us less it gives us more of an opportunity to not have to apply anything. Maximum Might, I don't use this at all. Because I'm trying to time the... If it had Gord, then... yeah, I know. Yeah, I can't do like the... I wish I could do like the... Like the that the echo, like the soundbite has. But yeah, dude, if GOG actually had specific monsters, I would just be like through the roof. I'd be so happy. But no. I will say though, what they did give us, to be 100%, what they gave us was, you know, it was good. It's good. Alright, so I'm going to use you. Now we're going to take that away. See where we're at. So we got 2 levels of Weakness Exploit. That's fine. We got 2, 3, 4 levels. Or don't like... MM. You know what? I might be blanking out right now on MM. Maximum Might? No. I don't use it. And the reason why I don't is because I'm always running. I'm always running. That's even with energy drinks. Even with the bug. And... yeah. So, Dual Blades and Insect Glaives. So yeah, Dual Blades and Insect Glaives. Those are my main weapons that I like the most. If I wasn't using either of those, sure. I could see a good reason to have it. But... because I have weapons that constantly drain your stamina, it doesn't really benefit me as a player to have something like that. Like, I would have to play very careful, and to me, that's a little unnecessary. Because the whole point of the dual blades is that you're supposed to be in the monster's face. So, yeah. You're not really supposed to be, like, in the back. But, I get it. It's actually, like, it is not a bad skill. I never used it. Well, correction. I don't think I can't say I never used it in World. I think I did by accident a couple times, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But yeah, no. When it comes to this game, they dampened, in my opinion, they dampened a lot of things in this game, or toned it down a bit, where it's like I don't think it's necessary to really even have it anymore, and to some degree. It took me a while for Adrenaline Rush to be part of, like, to consider Adrenaline Rush. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and add this just so I can go ahead and upgrade it. I want to upgrade from box. Yep, that should be good. Yep, we don't have this.
A sage choice.
Boop. Here we go. Yep, that's maxed. You? Yep. We never maxed you out because I don't use you. Now it's time to actually see if you become useful. Wex and oh yeah, so Wex for sure are kind of equal to me. Yeah, because like Wex, unless you're doing like the figure eight, like bashing, you're gonna be able to actually activate maximum might. Let me see, can we upgrade my weapon? Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, because I have exactly one ticket, so... Not like I'm actually going to make use of that. Sure.
Watch this.
Lend me
I also have a pretty big list, as you can see, of stuff that I'm slowly dwindling down. This is basically, like, all of the weapons that I personally play and want to max, like, I want to complete all the weapon pages. So... that is also why we are doing this as well, so we can go ahead and, you know, have that opportunity.
sage choice.
Watch this.
How does this look? Actually looks pretty good.
All right.
We have any other one? That's fair. I am not ready for these yet. Alright, let's see.
How
Transcend.
can I serve?
You're already maxed out. You're maxed out. You're maxed out. Oh, oof.
A sage
Dang, man.
choice.
The beta gear is better. Yikes. Alright, and you're maxed out. Okay.
Oh,
Dang, so windproof is going... It might actually, like... That sucks. Because windproof is gonna have to be what I have in order to make this work. And this is unfortunate too, because this also means that I'm stuck with this too. I guess what we could do here is transcend this too and see what other slots it gives us. Does it give us a level 3? Chances are it's probably going to give us a 2. And
how
a,
can
like
I serve?
maybe like a no, it's probably going to give us like a 3 and a 2. Something like that. I don't know. Or it is already maxed out and I just get screwed. Ah! Yay!
Safe wanderings.
Alright, well, not what I had in plan. Not what I had planned. That's fine. Alright, cool. Let's see what we can do then with this. Yep. Just enjoy, pop out the popcorn, watch me suffer. Sometimes I do go for builds just because of the decoration slots and not necessarily the equipment skills. Like sometimes I can get screwed with the equipment skills, but then I'll still look at it and say I'll go with it anyways, just because it has good decoration slots. So it's like, okay. Dang, dude. Dang. So that would cover that, and then 1, 2, 3. That would cover Adrenaline Rush and Weakness Exploit, and it'll give me exactly 1 slot. I mean, on the plus side here, I would have... Oh wait, this is Una. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to put protective veil on. Right. Let's see here. We got a lot of different skills that could activate here. If only. You know what? As much as I like the Arc Vulcan, this would give me that Scorcher. Give me Scorcher. I would take away the other piece of armor there. Place that. Alright. So, this is cool then. This gives me an opportunity. Take you away. Well, if I do. What happens if I... You'd be replaced with you, and, well, you're not actually upgraded. You also have maximum mites. Okay. Cool. Oh, hello there. How are you doing? I am doing something. I am. Yes. Welcome. I'm trying to lean into poison, and we got all that covered. So, like, the poison aspect has actually been cleared. We got the free and clear from our weapons, obviously. And then we got the coalescence and critical status cleared through our... essentially through our charm. And since critical status is also something I have up here... don't need this, actually. And we can actually... you know what? Screw this. I'm just going to do that. We don't need this. We don't need you. I'm trying to figure out a decent build here with coalescence. I'm trying to get what I'm really trying to do is trying to get everything I possibly can. I'm trying to cram everything into this build that will also have poison. Because I know that Capcom just doesn't like poison, or any of the other statuses for that matter. They just don't like it. So I'm like, well, I'll make myself like this. I'm trying to find a way to do that. 2 levels of coalescence? Please? Get a 3 levels. I also know that this game hates me simply for the fact that it never gives me anything that I actually, want. I can never get anything I want in this game, man. Dang it, man. That actually it's like the only one that's going to be decent. Like halfway decent, because I would have to use one of my armor skills. Oh. Yeah, one of the armor skills. Well, there's that. That works. So, 2 laggy. Technically, we got 2 of these already. Does this give us if we go GOG? That's Guardian Arkveld. Gotcha. Already have that. So, let me see. Wait, do I have that? I don't, not anymore. Okay. I actually need that. See. So if we go GOG here. Go GOG, that would be 2 levels of elemental absorption. How are you doing? Demise, how are you doing today? Hope everything is going. I swear we will actually play this game. I just want to try to see what we can do. Game, that's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted, man. I mean, that you're right. Building is playing the game, and it is not easy for me. There's too many choices. Odo's Power Man. Hey man, really? So is the chest just like the chest must be the special one. This has to be like the special piece of armor. It's the best armor apparently because I'm not getting anything without this. Dang, and that actually would be good because that plays like blight resistance plays into coalescence. Okay, you know what? This might have to be the build for now. Because if I'm not mistaken, doesn't like Gog Mazios? I don't have a weapon with Gog in it. Let me look up Gog Mazios again because I want to see what effects are. So, increases elemental attack when large monster becomes enraged. So yeah, like this would actually be good because essentially we get like, what is this? This is essentially going to be like critical element with a caveat, like a critical element with agitator. So like this is automatically like a good skill to have. Problem is they don't have the monsters I want. And unfortunately, it also doesn't come with as many decoration slots. Also, kind of sucky. Dang it. Also comes with peak performance. Increases attack when your health is full. I mean, not really super beneficial for me. I probably would skip that. If anything, it'd be for like the elemental absorption. Let's try this. I'll try this variation. And then we will go from there. I'll try this variation. We're going to do this. That would be nice if Rapid Morph worked with dual blades. Because, you know, you're changing from demon mode to regular mode. Alright. Status, less performance. I mean, give me a... No, we're not. No. Alright. Well, I think this is going to be our build for now. We'll give this a go. So we got Azure Bolt, we got Scorcher, we got the one Arc Veld for our Convert Elements. Let me actually put that over here. Yes. Right here. For now. And then let's see what we can do to wrap up the skills that we do have here. And then let's see what we have left. Because actually, Latent Power I might want to invest into. Because I do know I can proc that easily in the game. So let's see. Honestly, this is where Flare would shine. Sadly. Let's see here. So... Weakness Exploit. Oh, wait. Maybe I won't need to. Because Weakness Exploit would give me, what, like 50%? Yeah, so 50%. I would no longer be committing to breaking parts, so... Oh, then that's my 100% then. So the moment I hit it, it's just 100%. Okay, well, never mind then. Okay. So we just need literally one more of this. Okay, so that covers my affinity issue then. I don't care too much about the Insect Glaive, so that's fine. Dual Blades are probably going to be doing most of the damage. Adrenaline Rush? 30 attack is pretty good, not gonna lie. But at the same time, this is probably better. Because if I can get to at least level 3? Right, Agitator or Latent Power. Yeah, so like Latent Power, I'm probably gonna leave at 3 because even though I can max that bad boy out and not have to worry, latent power at least at level 3 gives me 50% stamina reduction. Like reduces stamina depletion by 50%. So like that would actually be pretty good. You have coalescence at 2, so make that 3. And then here I could probably add the 2 for the extra attack. Yeah, I could probably add the 2 for the extra attack. Or I could probably go burst to get that boost. Because I may not always hit my defense. So there's that. Or if I want to, I could probably just forego the 3s and just go straight to like stamina surge. Recover this. Sure, I can do one or the other. Here. So this at level 3 will give me 30%. That'll be 81%. And then this at like level 2 is... That's not worth it. All builds need 1 burst. Yeah, at least 1 burst. Yeah, in this case, Agitator is not worth it, because plus 8 attack, in my opinion, is not really worth the boost. Yeah, we'll do the 1 chain. And then I will, if anything... Actually, we could just... You know, why not? That's 40%. Okay, you know what? We could do that. That could be like... That'll be like 91% or something. Or... This could actually be a strategy too. It's not because you're a crit build. Yeah. This could be interesting because as long as I make the monster sick, we can get a little bit of a boost, which we can get a little bit of the boost, which I kind of like. Gives us 5 more affinity. I don't think that actually means much here, but hey. Having... Oh, no, it's just 6. Plus 6. Yikes. Oh, what? I think I kind of like my stamina recovery. I like my stamina recovery. I think I'm going to go with that. In all cases. I think I'm going to go with refresh instead. Alright, so... Here, what I'm going to do is do this. 1. Do at least 2 levels of Divine Blessing. Monster is not poisoned a lot. So the boost will be on and off. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be on and off. That's my... So in a way, if I decided to go Foray, that's like my elemental, like it's a quasi agitator when I inflict. So it's like that would be pretty cool to do, but because of how the developers treated elements in this game, yeah, that's probably not going to happen unless I like fully invest into it. And go with good old stun resistance because this doesn't have it, and I know I'm probably gonna get stunned at least once. Yeah, it needs it. What's really sad in this game is that they made this game, I think, with like the purpose of you inflicting wounds, with the sole purpose of Flare being good. And the problem is, when I touched Flare for the very first time, I was very disappointed. Whether it was at level 1 or level 5, I was very, very disappointed with Flare. Because I did not like how lackluster it was. My opinion, it just did not feel right. But over time, I have learned to use, like, for example, I'll show you a build that I have here and some other alternatives. My Wrath of Odo build, my original build that actually made use of my Agitator and Burst, and that's even with dual blades. It was super easy to piss monsters off, and therefore it was a huge boost for me. And I also made use of the Ebony Odogaron's Burst boost, so it made it super easy for me. Then I made a variation, not with Flare, but I made a variation called Glaggy. So you could probably imagine what that is, what that's the combination of. This build, I always seem to default to. No matter what, when I say I'm going to be serious, I go straight to this build because like this build just seems to click. It does exactly what I want it to do. Oh yeah. Like when I first put this together on stream one day, I was just like, oh my gosh, they both work together. This is amazing. And then having like the burst and weakness exploit was just stupid on how insane that was. Plus with Coalescence, I don't care what I don't care what I'm rocking with. It's going to do more damage. So it's like easy. Let me see here. This was this was like my very first attempt at trying to make my COVID build. Didn't work out for me because Flare, sadly, Flare just not get to my expectations. But I had the mindset in my head was like, make the wounds with Flare. Technically, those are weak spots, so attacking those weak spots until they get destroyed, you get weakness exploit should kick in, and therefore should get the boost, right? That was my mindset. But because of the weapons that I had at the time, and then how inconsistent I was at trying to get it all to work at that time, it was not fun. Plus, I have not come back to this build to evolve on it at any point. So you can probably see a recurring theme here. Any build that I don't have a number or like a V number next to, or it's not just simply loadout, is a build that I'm not changing. This build literally is because FGOG, I love the monster, but dang, after fighting it by myself with a challenge of not using healing items, that does not count. So Kinsect buff does not count, so I can heal that way. I can heal with like environmental stuff. I just couldn't use any healing items. Well done steaks out, life powders out, obviously potions out. That includes the pill ones too. Couldn't use any of that. So aptly named for the struggles I went through. So yeah, so let's give this a try. Yo, Tanoxus, what's up, my dude? So if this build works well, I'm actually going to have a tri-elemental build. If it works. I first have to actually check. Do I want any of these? I think I want these. Actually, no, because I'm trying this out for the first time. Nah, we're going to go ahead and actually go with something that's going to be pretty useful. This could be good, actually. Let's do pick a meal. But yeah, hopefully everything's working well with you, Tanoxus. Had a little bit of like I guess we had like a little educational session earlier before you joined, or maybe you weren't listening to it the whole time. But yeah, kind of went through like an educational part. We went through a rant earlier. But yeah, like overall, I have this build I want to try. My end goal with this is to try to incorporate a build. I don't care what element it uses, but my ultimate goal is to try to get something that gives me 4 elements. I am going to try to get as close to the Avatar state as we possibly can in this game. I do think it is possible, but it's going to take some like real thinking, like real hard thinking to make it happen. 3 obviously is possible due to Guardian Rathalos and Lagiacrus being the workhorses here for those through their skills. But yeah, I want to see if this is even possible.
Any quests you want to go
Oh,
on? See you
duh.
again, Hunter.
I'm dumb. Let me, I forgot to do this. Let's do this. Let me go ahead and put this down. So, if you guys would like to join, I always don't mind this, because we are trying to make our way to Hunter rank 999, and I'm probably maybe not going to hit it by the time the master rank stuff gets introduced, but who knows, maybe I will. I don't know. So if you guys want to join and you guys have any hunts that you want out of the way or you want done, then I am all in for it. Like, I'm all for it, man. So yeah. Session ID. Let's 9N7LU. That looks right. Boom. Now we're gonna have it for both. So if you guys do have this game and you would like to join, now have the session IDs available, and they are going to be pinned until further notice. So we should be good. And that means you guys can join at any time. Because I will say this, I'm used to playing these games by myself, and dang it, man, I don't want to play alone.
See you again, Hunter. Look forward to
Okay,
next
cool.
time. Yes.
All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I don't want to play alone. I just want to play with others. All right, let me look at an investigation that's not so bad so I can get my proof of concept here. And you know what? This is okay. I don't mind having to do this, so yes. Oh man, I actually forgot about adaptability. Crap. I know there's a charm that I have that has adaptability. I'm trying to give the whole Sony Blackout a week. Oh, so you have it on PlayStation. I'm in full support of that, by the way. So, I totally understand. You have my full support on that, even though I'm playing from the comforts of Steam, using a PlayStation 5 controller. Although I will say, Windows has definitely gotten better with Bluetooth, because it was at one point not so good. Can I get a sneak attack? That's fine. Alright, there's that. Alright, so he's already poisoned. That's fine. Yeah, I did put my weapon away, so... Alright, cool. Come here. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, David. You're like your pal. That's swell. Fair enough. I do find that, like, Scorcher is a bit harder to notice. I wish it wasn't. Would you like to try again? Okay. Fair enough. Well, a lot of people on PC were literally unable to play Wilds. Yeah, it was something. Alright. You know what? Fine. We'll switch weapons. You want to be in the air all the time? That's fine. I will just match I'll match the vibe.
Look out!
There. You know, if you don't want to do this the easy way, we will do it the hard way. And don't worry. I will say yes to this. if this is what you're gonna do.
There. I think we could use it in combat.
The once famous Boondocks quote behind this. And it goes a little something like this. I like you. And I want you. Now we can do this the easy way. Or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
Looks like we're moving to a new area.
Alright, cool. I do not mind that. Dang it, he was gonna. Yeah. Alright, let's see.
Make sure to grab anything a monster
Really?
has below.
Okay, cool.
I'll just hop off for now.
Flash bomb.
Time to go on the offensive.
Oh, hold on. Would actually probably help if I aim in the right place. Perfect. Oh, okay. You know what? That would actually really help if I could aim.
Oh, wait. Almost there. Got it on the ground.
Easy enough.
Well, for that one.
Dang. 926 was the raw attack on this weapon. Dang. Okay, so this almost broke 1,000. Okay, that would have been really nice if it did. Oh, easy. Easy. Because why not? Always nice to do that. Always nice. Piss off the monster and then retreat safely. Symbol 1? Okay, cool. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Yo, that's actually crazy. You know what's even crazier? The fact that Windows can't even get like the snapshot right. Like, I can't even take pictures half the time with this game. Okay. I take back what I said. I'm actually going to do it now. We'll do this now. Cool. I got it. Sweet. Hero's about to complain on how Windows is really bad at that, which they still are. But cool. Alright, so let's now fight a monster that could inflict something on us, and we'll get this will actually be a good test.
Ah, good hunting starts with good
Don't talk to me in your simian language. This isn't Sims. Get out of here. Alright. Sounds like I'm gonna be crazy for doing this, but I don't really have a lot of other ways to test it on lower levels. So I mean, like, I actually don't care if I go down too much. Let's do it. Yo, Kiki, how's it going? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Getting a good stretch in right now. I am doing good. We have made a build that I am trying to test out right now. The build has poison, and because of our armor set, it also has fire and thunder. So, trying to see if we can get a tri-elemental build going on and actually like have it work. I believe it is, but I'm having a little trouble trying to spot the Scorcher effect. But yeah. Hope everything is all hunky-dory with you. Welcome. You know what? Just so I am a safe hunter, we're gonna go ahead and drink this. I should have the seeds as well. And then we're gonna spray ourselves. And then we're gonna also eat this seed. Drink this. And then drink this for our stamina, because I know I'm just gonna... It's not even a real thing for me. Stamina's not real. Spray myself again. Yep. So, the weapons I have are poison. So, poison in this game counts as an element. It's just an element that inflicts a status effect, as opposed to your stereotypical elements like dragon, fire, water, stuff like that. But yeah, I have a poison weapon that inflicts poison. I have 2 armor sets that technically give me fire and give me thunder. So that is, it doesn't matter if I have a thunder weapon or fire weapon at all. It works with any of the weapons. Alright. Take a look at this. Sweet, so that must mean I have... Not. No, that's fine. That's fine. Boop. Probably should have had the affinity. Alright, sweet. Go. Yes, but in terms of like weapons themselves, ideally it still falls under that same category where like I can still stack on it. Yeah, they apply differently. Yes, you're right. That part, yes, you're definitely right. The way they apply it is different. That's fair. And oh yeah, I still have my that's good. Yes. Since they counted poison, paralysis, sleep, and blast, since they counted them as elements, then yes. They still do count as elements first and foremost. The only difference is how they're applied. That's the only difference. But the categorization is the same. But yeah. Yeah, one applies over time. Whereas the other ones don't necessarily do that. And that's why you need crit status over the other one. Nope. Okay. That's not bad. Okay. If I can only hit my target, that also would help. Oh, that was lucky. Okay, never mind. That was really lucky. So... fair enough.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Thank you, bud. Could do that. Alright, so nice phase transition. I like this. There is no like terror damage. Yeah, there really isn't anything like paralysis, because like paralysis, you're free to do whatever. Whereas like sleep, technically like sleep is good, but the only problem that I have with sleep is that it's only good when you get the wake of damage. That's pretty much it.
Look out!
Right. Missed that. That's fair. Yeah, the only thing I do have trouble with is the Scorcher. Like when Scorcher is active, sometimes I can't quite tell when it's active. Not unless I see the damage number, which is very flat. I think it's like 50 damage or something like that. But yeah, like if I don't see the number, then I'm thinking it's not working. And I do know it works. It's just kind of hard to do that. Alright. Nice. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Alright, I do not like that. I do like that though. Okay. Boom. That's fine. That's actually fine. This is perfect. And then I like how the dodge just goes away. I'm like, dude, what the heck, man? I actually don't like what you're doing, buddy. Alright. Do this. We'll top off. Run a little bit faster. Dang, dude. No, I'm gonna cut that tail off if you don't let me on the other side. Dang it. I guess that we'll have to cut the tail off. Wow, dude. I love that. Yeah, that's like the only thing I don't like is like when you get caught, it's so hard to like try to recover. I think like that's my only problem. But then again, that's like it's kind of like an impossible problem for me. Yeah, that's not good. That's gonna get stuffed. There we go. Oh, latent power just activated, I think. I mean, the attack increase is definitely really nice. It's a welcome addition, but... But Azure Bolt and Burst keep activating. It is hard to like determine when Burst, or not Burst, when Scorcher does though. Because it's hard to see the Scorch number when you're getting like crits constantly. Easy damage. Easy damage. Oh, the convert element has worn off. Okay. Bro. I'm not gonna be a toy you beat up, man. Okay, I'll just do this then. I'll just weaken this area up a little bit. Get a good old tenderize in there. I'll go Chihuahua on your rear end, man. I'll bite those ankles. Don't make me bite those ankles, man. Prime real estate. Yeah, the Gormagala actually could be pretty useful in this scenario. There we go. Bruh, okay. No, this is fine, this is fine. I'll die if this is the case. There we go. Hell yeah, bro. Got that. Not gonna lie, my heart's actually kind of racing. Yeah, because you didn't let me hit you before. You lost that tail, buddy. Dang it. And I can't dodge that for some reason. I dodged the one-hit move. Of course you did. You know what? I get a second chance to redeem myself. Come on, dude. You got this. Sure. That's fair. That's fair. Whew. Yep, I want you to run. Come on, Garrison. Oh, still get caught, bro. That's cheap. That is so cheap. That is so cheap, dude. Alright. I'm gonna pull out all the stops I see. And that was...
I'm glad you're alright.
That was our feline insurance that kicked in. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. Hello? Can you grab that? Thank you. Alright. So let's take a look at our buffs, because I am going to need a readout. You guys are fine. Get on these.
Alright, time to get serious.
I find that stupid. That is really dumb. That it stops you in your place like that. Actually, it's not. I don't think that's as bad as you being in the middle of the air and it just like cancels you in air. That I think is like the dumbest thing. That is a BS mechanic. Here, take a hyper beam. Oh, thanks, game. I wanted to aim for that. Like that. Boop. Is this too easy? It sure does, and I'm still stuck. There we go. Hold on, we'll make sure we do as much damage as possible then. Alright, cool. Let it go. I'll take my winnings here from this tail. Nice. 2 tails. I like that. A tail for a tail. For a tail. Dang, dude. One day I'm actually gonna try to get that to work. Oh, this is easy. Easy thing to spam, by the way. You can easily abuse this. Doesn't know, it yells, and then it goes to being neutral again. And then you could just throw pom-pom balls at it while I'm painting down there. Oh, that broke apart. Oops. Didn't think that the pom-poms would do that. Why? Of course you would. What the heck? Yo, that's a body slam. I have never seen Jindahan body slam. Hold on for a second, buddy. You never body slam. Come here, bird. I have never seen this monster do that before. There, take that. Bro, that's cheating at this point now. That was BS. I'm calling BS on that fight. That shouldn't have worked the way that it did. But then again, I swear, monsters, the way that they can defend themselves is either roaring you out, or they can just move. Just shift to the left or the right, and then that's it. I also think that's kind of dumb too. If you're attacking them and then all of a sudden they move to the left a little bit, it just cancels your attack and hurts you. It's like, no, that really shouldn't be the case. Like, they're not actually doing anything, they're just moving, in my opinion. So like, that shouldn't apply. Hence why I think it's BS from them. But it's about to die anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Bro, that also should not exist. Like, I should be able to land on that. This deserves another surprise attack. That's fine. You still have your thing? You do. You're gonna lower yourself down? Oh, beautiful. There we go. I also found out about this monster that if it's going to commit to using like its the quote-unquote one-hit kill move, and you actually hit him with you hit him with the wound, it won't stop him from still doing this. But if you hit it like before he even gets a chance to even do it, then obviously like, you protect yourself, which is pretty insane to think about. Because usually when monster's about to do like a strong hit, if you just like typically hit the wound with like a focus strike, my experience so far with this game, typically that will stop them in their tracks. But yeah. There goes him. Dang it. That was way too quick. That was way too quick. I was actually trying to read that. I'm never, like, I have 100% never been consistent with trying to hit that. I've even tried, like, the rank 6, and it's just like, nope, still get hit by it. So, like, anytime I fight Jin Dahad, I actually force myself to try to learn how to dodge that. So that way I can try to perfectly dodge it every time. Because I do not want to use the... I don't want to use the glaciers. Because I've been in hunts with other people where they actually use all of them up. And then we all just take a hit and lose instantly. It's like... I was with... to me, it's one of those, like, I was with stupid people today. Ow! Ow is something that's floating in the air. I just go straight through. What is this? Dude, okay. And the roar gives them like literally enough time to do everything. Good thing I won't have to worry about that move again. Should be good. Plus, I do have some of the pills at this point. Awesome. Yeah, get that, man. I don't know. Sure. Bro, okay, you know what? This stamina's BS, bro. This stamina's actually BS. That is invisible, man. I don't like that. I swear I remember that being visible, but I swear that attack now is invisible. Bird? I like my bird. He doesn't actually respond. Oh, come on. Move. Oh, I don't think this is going to work. Please let it work. That totally did. Okay. I love my commitment to getting hit. It's a wonderful thing. Alright, cool. See if we can get him a little bit over here. Can you get your... Can you come over here, buddy? I love how I cannot launch in the air as far as I want to. He is a little dazed. I like this. He's also probably hungry. Get up, dude. And that's that. Easy. I swear, it was easy. I wasn't sweating at all during this fight. Only just 2 out of 3 feints. In reality, it's like 3 of them. Woo! Hey, Hynix, how's it going? It has been a minute. I was like focused, so sorry if I didn't get to your message sooner. But yeah, we were trying to see if we can get a tri-elemental build to work for us. So I have a poison weapon right now that is also using the skill sets Rathalos Flare and Leviathan's Fury. Although I do have to say it is kind of hard to actually see if Rathalos Flare is, like, if Scorcher's working. What I should say, because like visually I can see Azure Bolt was working just fine. I don't know if Rathalos Flare is working. I can assume it is. Ooh, antivirus and tremor resistant. Interesting. Okay. Like, this one's alright, I guess. Counter-Strike, okay. Free meal, oh, that's pretty good for free meal. This is pretty decent. If I use Punishing Draw, you know. Yeah, so like these were average. We're like, okay. Dang, man. Just remember, poison is status though, not element. You know what the funny thing is? I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But here's the weird thing about that. What does that say there? Does that say element? And it says poison, right? So I would think that this technically works, since it does say poison for its element. Even though you're right, it does apply a status effect. The fact that it is labeled as such.
Hello.
Oh, good. I have a GOG weapon. Yeah, that's what we're using. The internal cusp. See, if that's the case, then Capcom should not deceive players, because I'm literally one of those guys that if it says element, it's an element. And then it's an element that applies a status. So if that's true, Capcom really needs to differentiate the two. Well then, Capcom shouldn't differentiate the two then. They should literally put the language in there and say, status, not element. That's the weirdest thing about that. Actually, let me just fact check that. I need a third opinion. Let me see here. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and find out what the contact information is for Capcom, because I am gonna be sending a letter. I'll be sending a letter to them because that is deceptive practice if that's the case. True elements. Okay. Apply extra damage on every. Okay. Yeah, it builds up an invisible threshold on the monster. That's still the same thing. Technically, they're both the same thing. They just do what they do differently. Each hit has a third chance to apply, yes, build up. Poison buildup. Monsters only poison ones that accumulated meter fills completely. Yes. Okay, so is it because the dot damage is what separates them? Because if that's the case, I'm still going to send them a letter. Let's see. Game skills that boost elemental damage do not affect poison or other status ailments like paralysis and blast. Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I'm going to go ahead. Let me see here. What is Capcom's customer service email address? Submit a request? Oh, hell yeah, I'll submit a request. Oh, and the contact us section? Yes, I will take that. Cool. Alright. I will be doing this after stream. So, cool. I hate the fact that then for many years, Capcom then is absolutely retarded on not separating the two. I am going to call them out for being retarded. Yeah, that's actually wrong then. That is wrong. I am fully against then. I'm not going to be using poison ever again then. I'm just going to drop this build. Because since it seems to be the case, I'm just going to be sending an angry letter or 2 or 3 or keep sending angry messages to them until they actually get this crap right. They should not be misleading players. That is ridiculous. They are. Like, they're not in the sense that it's an element, but they are in the sense that it's interaction with others. That's the problem I have. They need to be more specific about its interactions with other things because it doesn't interact. Like, I don't know. I would have to, I guess, keep playing with this just to see how it works. Because honestly, I don't like the fact that they call it one thing and then it doesn't do, like, it's a little bit different. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like actually, I know it's never been element. I play these games. My first one was for you. So like, I know it's never been an element, but if it's never been an element, why call it something it's never been? I am literally that guy that will be literal about this stuff. That's why, like, I have people that don't like me because of that, and I have people who love me because of that. That's the biggest problem I have. I'm literally that guy that says if it says element, it's element. If it's not, then you should change that. Like that's how I've always seen it in throughout my life on anything. Because I am that guy. Where if it's supposed to be status, it should specifically say status for those, not element. Or in a cliff note somewhere in the description, it should say applies status poison or something. It should never just make it assume that it's that. There are some things where I will like back off my blockheadedness, but there are some things that I will die on the hill with, and that's one of them. Like if you're gonna be descriptive, add that it applies status effect. Or just say status effect. Like, easy. That'd fix that problem real quick. But then again, I think I pretty much got like upset for nothing. I'm pretty sure that's what that was too. Let's see. But yeah, this here convert element I do think still worked. The only way for me to find out if this actually worked is by removing this. I need to remove this because that will let me know immediately if it still works. If it still works, then I literally just complained for no reason. But if it doesn't, then I have warrant to complain. There we go. We can get rid of that. Don't need this. replace you with. Actually, you know what? No, because we have one of you, I can actually put Foray in here. Oh yeah, I will. I've done that before, like in the past with other companies. They might not hear it because they just don't care. They rather just not care. Let me see. I'll change you with refresh, but this is the level of Foray. So, alright, cool. Yeah. Because my original thought, and it has always been this way, even in World and in 4U, if it says it's an element, it's an element. I have never changed my mindset on that. Even though I know deep down inside it doesn't inflict blight like the elemental weapons do. To me, it says it, so it is what it says. Ergo. No, you're not. You're not pissing me off. Like, no. If anything, this game pisses me off sometimes. But like, no, you'll never do that. But it's one of those things like I've genuinely had a problem with for many years with this game is their lack of, like, even though they've done a really good job over the years on differentiating stuff. Now I'm going to be putting this to the test because I'm going to see if convert element actually works. So I'm going to go find something that can actually apply elemental damage. So maybe like a Jadakan or a Rathalos or something. Sometimes literally every stream. You know what? I will complain about one thing and one thing only until the day I die. And that one thing only will be Omega, okay? I hate that fight. Your favorite monster, I hate. And that's because I do have an opinion. And I'm sorry, I'm going to complain about it. Because, like, in the off chance that, you know, anyone does happen to watch it from there, they'll be like, okay. And you know what? If people out there can like, beat their chest like they do a drum, and people actually listen to them, then that means it is possible. So, you know, until it's no longer effective, then, you know, you just don't give up the fight. Otherwise, what's the point of fighting? Especially if you're passionate about something. In this case, it's this game. Like me stopping complaining about the bard. Oh yeah. I'll always complain about the bard. Exactly, see?
From the others.
Still don't know, man. What's your deal? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Alright. Let me see if I can... Actually, no. A good fight would then be... If it's going to be fire. A good fight would actually be... This. Probably not this specifically, but like... New Udra would be a pretty decent fight. Although, I would like to knock this down. That's true. It is something like that. And a lot of the times, those things don't really stick too much. Like, I'll eventually just move on. So, like, a lot of the things that I would quote-unquote complain about, I just move on after a certain period of time. Because then I learn how to get good, and then I will just basically forget about it. And until I can master the dodge for Jin Dahad, I'm probably going to complain about that too. But it'll be like a low-key complaint. Because I don't fight that monster all the time too. So, like, I know a lot of it's skill-based. But by the end of the day, doesn't stop me from loving this game. So, I still will love this game no matter what.
You're the only one who can manage this quest, Hunter.
So, I have played 4U in the past, But my memory with it many years later, because I don't consistently play that game as I do with World and Wilds, so it has become rather vague. But I have remembered playing it. In fact, I'm sure if I go to look in my collection of my DS games, I'll find it. But it's been rather vague. But I have at least said that I could say that I at least played it. In World still categorizes it as an elemental weapon, which even then I'm like, it shouldn't be this if it's not. And it's one of those things that I stopped complaining about poison being an elemental weapon in World once I actually found a build that I can consistently use it in and not have to worry about getting bodied because I don't have like a million other things to worry about. The only difference with those two, with that game and this game, is that with that game, my bigger concern is juggling defensive skills with offensive skills. So I had to like learn how to actually juggle my ability to survive on top of like how to make more damage come out. Whereas in this game, they separate that, which then in my case poses a new challenge, and that challenge is, all right, well, if the skills are separated, I am conditioned to have to juggling the two. So now that I don't have that, how do I do this? Like, my brain has literally created a block just simply because I cannot juggle the two together anymore because they've separated it between the weapons and armor. But that doesn't mean I don't still try. Okay, that's fair. I did like cower away from that. I'm sorry. I had the ghillie suit mantle on. How did you see me? Like, was it me touching you? I think it was I touched it the wrong way. Just go with armor, easy. Alright, I'll just go with pure armor, no weapons. So just go in there with my fist, right? Yeah, just go in there with my fist. Alright, hitbox. Yeah. Okay, you know what? We're gonna quit this mission. I'm gonna quit this mission. Because it's apparent that I'm not gonna be able to try to test this out here, because this is the wrong monster to test it out.
I'm glad you're all right.
Or I can
Don't
try to
worry,
finish
I'll come
this.
next time. More supplies have been added.
Okay, there. Don't test me, game. Please don't test me. I don't usually quit missions, but I was just like, my brain just said, nope, don't do it. And I'm like, yep, I agree. Because insurance, which should be active, insurance should have been active. Oh. So the meal that I had that had insurance in it now doesn't have insurance anymore. That's fair. And I will quit that mission then. Result. In fact,
Yeah.
there was actually a time in, I want to say, in World, there was a time where I looked at my investigations, and because I raged out on the investigations, I actually deleted every single one of them that I had. Because I absolutely crashed out. And I was just like, screw this, I quit all of my investigations, I'm not doing this ever again. And now I'm trying to build it back up. Whereas this one, I can't get rid of them quick enough. And I don't want to just simply delete them.
Alright. Let me know if you change your mind.
Alright, so we're going to just replace Scorcher.
Come here. I've gotten enough.
Because I can't quite tell if Scorcher's working, which it should be working. Because I've seen it work in other builds. Like with my Glaggy build, which uses Blast, it does work. And that's another status weapon. status weapon. So if I see it work there, Guardian Rathalos should be working. But we'll put this away. Oh crap, no. You are fine. Let's see what else we can add here. But Squidward! Touching monsters the wrong way. Oh no, call Peter. Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't see the number appear just because there was like a bunch of yellow numbers, so I couldn't really see the flat damage that Scorcher gives. So it's just like, all right, well, I just won't have it because I can't actually see, I can't see it working. Yeah, you know what? If somebody was touching a monster wrong, you're totally right. You should call PETA on them. I'm sure they would love to try to defend these big monsters. Could try it in training. I had this like weird allergy to training grounds. Believe it or not, in World, I played the entire game by myself because all my friends were just that cool. They're like, yeah, we played the game, but we're not playing with you because you're gonna be beating all the monsters by yourself. But we'll be here for moral support. And I'm like, yep, I guess that's why I am the way I am. Because of that. And I will let you know, I am glad I was not streaming because I would yell to the top of my lungs on some of the monsters because I actually did hate that. I was an Insect Glaive. I am an Insect Glaive main in World, and I was just not happy on some of the fights, but I did pass them. So I did actually beat the challenge. So I will definitely say that it wasn't all for nothing. Good, no. Okay, what did I actually have here? I had Rathalos, Guardian Rat. That's right. This and I had the Guardian Rat. Oh no, yeah, it was this, right? No, nope, maybe. That can't be right. That's definitely not right. That's definitely not. So you know what? We'll make it that way. I'll make this work. I did have 4 right here. We had 2 levels of that. And latent power was at 3. I mean, I never played in the training grounds, and I made a promise in this game that I would not use the training grounds. My training would be out in the field. And for the most part, I have stayed true to that. There have been a few times where I've said, you know what, let's go try it out in the training grounds because we need to know this actually works. So like, I have gone to the training area here. But like in World, I have legitimately, the only time that I ever did was a night where I was playing as the Charge Blade, and I was like, I really like the Charge Blade. I want to actually learn how this works in World, but I hear it's pretty freaking complicated. And I had a guy that said, I could actually train you if you, like, I could teach you how to use it in World. And I'm like, really? Like, yeah. I'm like, alright, sweet. And quite literally, that was the very first time out of all the times that I played in World that I actually used the training grounds for something. Okay. That might be it right there. I think that was it. That was Azure Bolt. Yeah, okay. So that must be it then. I think that is it. Okay. I know, it's a weird flex. It's a weird flex, but like, I don't know. I might have an actual allergy to the training grounds in World. But then again, I also hate the like the character that we get that helps us. I refuse to call her the handler. I think she's actually a fraud, and I think she should be kicked out of the guild. She only likes food more than anything else. She says that she's all about helping us, but who does the real research? Testing if something works is better than in combat or different. Oh yeah, I have basically tested a lot of the builds that I've had in out there like fighting monsters. I've not really come here but like let's test this build out here. Never have. But I do see that Scorcher is working. It's not a clear sign. Cause I can see the flat damage of like 38 or 39. In this case now it's 92. Yeah, okay, so 39.8. That's gonna be that's our Scorcher then. A laboratory. Ew. Ew. Lab. Yeah, who wants a laboratory, man? Who needs that? We go through simulations. Real simulations. Labbing and fighting games? Nah, straight up rank. Yeah, who needs to actually test builds, right? You just throw stuff on and then just see if it works. That's how you really do it. You just see if it works. Like, roll the dice. Roll for initiative. Roll for effectiveness. Test tech before a hunt. God forbid. Oh my gosh, right? Man, testing. I don't know, man.
Don't be shy. Have a look. Hope it serves you well.
I know. Hold on. Oh man, I think that might have been from the training grounds that I was at. I think I caught something.
Here.
I think I caught the don't go to the training grounds-initis. Yeah, that.
Hope it serves
I
you
definitely caught that. Pulling one from One Piece. And don't mind me, I'm on Final Fantasy 14 killing stuff. No, I didn't. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. If you're here to lurk, it's okay. It's okay, man. Yeah, like if I am genuinely curious about something, I may look at the training grounds. Like, I was actually testing at one point to see if like Archvelds that really works with each other. So like the haste and recovery and the what is that called? What is the other one called? That does it based off of crits. Yeah, like both of those. Like I was actually trying both of them together to see if they work. And yeah, couldn't actually tell if they worked together because I don't think they do. Oh yeah, Decimator, that's what it is. Like I was trying to see if Decimator and haste and recovery worked, but then again, I'm probably fighting monsters that wouldn't let me. Restores a moderate amount of health when destroying a wound on a large monster. Could actually do that. I think we could do that. Hold on. Might be able to... Oh, we're not going to be able to recover this because that's only one. Can we... Yeah, toggle comparison. Alright, so... Be giving up that. I mean, it would give me flare. I would have 2 levels of flare. If I do that. Probably 3. Actually, I might have 3 levels of flare because I'm... No. No, it'd be 2 levels of flare. Yeah, I think flare is just like burst in this case. I think flare's like burst. Alright, reset. Let's see here. See what we can do here. Let me actually put this on. I want to put all of this on just so I can figure out what I can get rid of. I know I'm not going to keep all of these. Alright. Also gonna get extras.
Hello.
Yeah, if you test me out, I might just fail. I'm just gonna say that. I might give you an error message. This, I believe, should actually work. Because technically having an extra stamina bar does, in my opinion, mean that you are technically full. But I don't know. This could be different too. Could just test that out too. Probably go to the training grounds. Go to the training area. But I will say, I do like the fact that they had that in mind. So it's just like, yeah, you're gonna have this, but at the same time, you're just going to make sure you have the means to get your stamina back. So, like, cool. Alright, so I think out of all these, I like these two. So we could... And this leaves us with maximum might, which is 2 level skill. So Echo, and we got 4 of these. Which means this alone means we should actually be able to have some. I get decent flare armor. Flare and Heartbreaker. That's Gamma. Oh, okay. Yes, actually we could have that, I guess. And then what I can do... Dog... Actually, if I really wanted to be super conservative with the stamina, I could probably get away with it. This should reduce the stamina depletion from evading or performing certain other attacks. This actually should help me when I can get the perfect dodge. That actually should probably get away with it. Dog. And or Gore. I want to so Gore Magala 1. So they like the Tyranny 1 or Tyranny, however you want to pronounce it. Next use Frenzy against large monsters, so this ideally should be like good at level 1. And then yeah, we could actually try Bubble Blight. I actually would not be opposed to try Bubble Dance. Prevents major Bubble Blight, grants minor Bubble Blight after evading several times. I could give this a try. So you know what? Let's give your suggestion, Sanctium. Let's give your suggestion a try. Let's do Gore Magala and Mitsuzune. I'm actually curious now. First things first, I'm also going to check to see what GOG parts are associated with said monsters, if they are associated with them. You are, yeah, you're Scorcher. You are Guardian Arkveld. You're Blagonga, so I think you're the Boots then. Okay. Okay, so you're Mitsu. You can have that then for Mitsu. I don't think anything is going to be for Magala. So we'll just have to pick 2 pieces, I guess. Then here... This is a pretty good piece. You can kind of see which ones I actually have, like, favoritism with. I actually do really like this one. And despite this one being pretty good, it's not quite there yet. I haven't, like, found a decent build with it. Alright, so... that one gives us that. So this gives us. I'll wear this. That way I can do a comparison here. Alright, so the antivirus greatly increases recovery rate after contracting the frenzy. Affinities plus 10 if stored. I mean, for dual blades, that could be pretty decent. And with how much we're attacking, I'm sure that could do some good damage, so... Or... We lose out on burst, though, so that takes away our 4 levels of burst. In favor of this, so... Try this. And flinch free never hurts. Alright, that's Mitsu. So, let's take... Hey. I think that should pretty well. Obviously, the answer would be yes. Evade, always good to have. I prefer evade extender over evade window any day of the week. Never meet. Oh please. Evade is slow. Bombing. There it is. Ooh. Actually, that could be good. That's 2. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with that. That covers my Mitsuzune. One more gore piece. And then we could just, I don't know, choose Gog. We can have like 3 skills active. Or we could just Gog here. Gog of the focus. Ooh, this has coalescence in it. Okay, actually, that's not too bad. I don't like the idea of it having that. Alright, that's the key. Oh, but this has a 3-2. That's better. Better than 3-1. That would give us 3 pieces, and I don't want to that with something else that I... Alright, well, we'll keep this. This covers our gore and our Mitsuzune, which means we could just throw... Oh, Dog is gonna... And we're gonna get maximum might. Alright, let's look at the alternative. Alternative is also pretty bad. Well, actually not too bad. I don't like the maximum might because I'm not going to make good use of it, but it's a wasted skill in my opinion, but at the same time... Well, I guess we can make this work. We'll make it work. So this will give us a grand total of 3 skills. Like Eclipse, Bubbly Dance, Mutual Hostility, and hopefully this works. Now, I wonder, should we use the dual blade? Since we are using Mitsu, should we use the dual blade? And should we possibly use the glaive? That is going to be a question. Is that Chrome? Yep, because this one I actually did use this. Alright. Take a look at this here. Is water after all. Ooh. I think power prolonger would be good. Huh. 10% damage dealt. Addition to what I could double down on that. Well, we'll double down on it. Let's see what happens. Alright, so what we have here is going to get peak performance, burst, antivirus. Okay. I'm glad that's actually a thing here that's available. Oh, why am I even bothering? Have our charm. Let's go. What do we have for antivirus? Artillery, guard, focus, and antivirus. That's actually pretty good. Ability, that's actually really good tier 2. I do like adaptability with this. Don't do that to me, game. Don't state the obvious. We're using water. Mind resistance. I actually like the focus one best. And I could go with this route. Like, this route is really sweet. And honestly, having that adaptability prevents me from getting getting environmental damage. So I can't die like when I'm fighting. Oh, what is it? The Valhalla. Not that game. Like when I go to fight Jin Dahad or New Udra or anything like that, like I'm not gonna take the hits. I think that'd be good. This one's equally as good too, because that one level of focus. Plus, maxed out. Already got one level, so we're good there. Yep, there's our full amount. One. Oh, doing this will give ourselves maximum peak performance. And maximum burst. Honestly, that would actually just be pretty good. In my opinion. Interesting. Alright. I can work with that. So first. Oh wait, peak performance is a 2? Oh, wait. It gives me more opportunities to do other things. I'm blessing. Oh, wait a minute. We do. Okay, so we can actually just put. Oh, no. Man. Could do either of these. Either. Dashing should be able to help us out. Alright, so whatever. We're gonna go ahead and do stamina surge so we can try to get as much of this back as possible. We'll just leave it at 2 for now because see what we can do about performance since we're already invested in this. As long as we're invested into that, we might as well just go all the way. If anything, I can. These two left. And I'm kind of wondering. Could do burst, or no, not burst. I could do flare. Be good there. Let's give that a try. For Mitsu with Dogmazios. This should help me get even more. So, effect with Frenzy when against large monsters. Prevent major bubble blights. Although I don't really think we're really afflicting that unless we're using the weapon. It increases elemental attack when large monsters be... Alright, let's take a look at this.
Howdy. Never hunt on an empty stomach.
We weigh anchor soon. You best be hurry.
Yeah, we'll beat up on the frog. Let's beat the frog up. You think I was going to go to the training range, the training area? Nah.
The guild sent us
We're going to the real training area. We're gonna go beat up a frog. In fact, I should just be fighting Kushala Daora in World right now. Probably should be doing that. But that will be this coming week. We're gonna be hopping into Monster Hunter. Well, actually, no, we can't because we're playing as a Lance main in World. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. If you guys do want to see that, make sure you guys are following on my Twitch as well as subscribed on my YouTube channel. So when that week hits, which is coming pretty soon, you will actually be able to see me play as a Lance. A little bit of a Characava part there. Guys. Okay. I know he's pretty much an easy target. Oh, there's Bubble Blight. Drill it. Alright. Yep, flare did activate. There it is. Fair enough. Alright. That Bunke is getting absolutely destroyed. What the heck, dude? Poor frog. Poor frog, man. He never seen it coming. Oh dang, that actually just broke. Okay. I think there's flare. Alright, back to cool. Bro's gonna probably die here. I'm certain he's gonna die. Mutual hostility definitely kicked in. Dang.
Come to me.
Yeah, I think, yeah, the mutual hostility was definitely kicking in the last moment, but I don't know, that bubble blight kind of worked, kind of didn't. I just think it's just because we were hitting him too much, too fast. But maybe it did. Like, maybe I'm just not paying attention to it. I also don't say it very often, but I am usually operating on not 8 hours of sleep consistently. And people usually like to say that, you know, you probably should get a full 8 hours. And I do agree, you should. But my body has gotten so used to not sleep for 8 hours consistently that, you know, I don't have my alarm clock on. I still get at least 6 hours of sleep. Yep. I love it. Alright, let's try you.
I'll ride with you.
Lunar eclipse starting. Oh, snap. Oh, I don't know where in the US that. I'm in Florida.
With no surprises today.
The blood moon. Oh, that's true. It's true. Fortunately, I don't have. I would say that I don't have like the means to be able to like bring you guys with me. Unfortunately, 'cause you're on the computer and whatnot. But at least like for now, I don't have the means. Maybe in the future I will. But I would definitely have to check that after this.
This way, this way.
All right, let's take a look. I'm gonna take a look real quick. Happy the time. If you want something to drink, you go to the bathroom, anything like that, go ahead and feel free to do that now. I'll be right back. Give me just a moment. I am going to see if I could see this, because it is still pretty cool to actually like look at stuff like that. So, be right back. Have some fun, enjoy yourselves, and all that good stuff. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I am pretty sure you got everything that you guys needed. I ended up going to relieve myself, so I went to the bathroom myself. Took a little drink, breathed a little fresh air outside. Actually kind of looked at the moon and noticed that it was pretty cool. Unfortunately, I took a picture with my camera and it kind of like turned it into like a ball of fire type of thing, so I was like, okay. But the way it's like hidden in the clouds is kind of cool. Usually, like, the funny thing is, my older phones can capture that. Like, if I did the same thing with like an older phone of mine, it would capture it just fine. The newer ones, eh. But yeah, unfortunately, I may not be up to Noxus around that time because I have work in the morning, so I probably won't be able to stay up that long. So, other than that, though, it still is pretty cool, like what I captured. Let me see if I can. I'm wondering if I can actually get away with showing it, if it actually does. Thanks, Samsung. Really don't care about the. See if it actually works. It's gonna kind of work. Yeah, as you can see there, it did this thing where it looks like an actual like fireball or something in the air. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting how that looks. But hey, yeah, it blew it up. Yeah, my phone blew the moon up apparently. Kind of crazy how that works. I thought only Piccolo had that ability to blow the moon up. Apparently phones can do that too. Let's actually try this out. We'll try this out. This build was pretty unique. I know, like, when I was playing around with Gormagala's armor set, I was actually trying to play around with this idea with the haste and recovery. But that's when I also realized that like dual blades actually suck with this ability, because I think it's one of the weapons that gets you the least amount of health back. Obviously greatsword is the best in this area, but you know, due to the fact that I'm not going to be using greatsword for a long while in this game, because I thoroughly want to have my fair share of fun with the dual blades, insect glaive, charge blade, and stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe I'll give like Swax a good go too. Because when I played the beta for this game, I actually had played all 14 weapons, and I did beat Arkveld back then. That was pretty hard, but I did. So I was like, I felt accomplished. Gonna bully this monster. Yep. I'm also a menace to the local wildlife here. Hence probably why stuff doesn't... Why like BS happens to me in this game. Why the monsters may have a vendetta and just randomly crank their damage up. And yeah, we're about to fight a monster that I actually just do not like. And I've heard actually has existed since the first game. And no matter what, I still don't like this monster. Same thing with Gypceros. I don't think I'll ever like Gypceros nor Seregios, but you know what? Respectable fight. I do respect the monster. Well, I respect Seregios, that is. That's actually good to know. That's also BS. That's good to know. My constitution really does kick in. This was also another monster that I tried to learn over time on dodging its attacks. But every now and then I still get caught. And if anything, it's like those attacks that I get caught in.
I'll catch you up.
Well, yeah.
Heels inbound.
Alright. Well, actually, I'd be kind of curious to do like a Gormagala and Uduna build. Believe it or not, so I can try to get like the additional get like an additional like defense I'm putting on Mantle, so that way I can actually focus more on just the frenzy.
I'm glad you're all right. Don't worry, you'll get him next time.
I also do like the fact that when you go down in this game, you still keep your buffs. Honestly, that was such a bad thing about World, that having, like, using your food items just to lose it if you go down was, in my honest opinion, the worst possible thing about that game. Among other things. Oh, we'll heal. We'll heal game.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Run, bird. I want you to run while I drink and eat. Rations, heal. Rations, heal, bleed. Interesting. That I did not know. Okay, come on, dude. Close.
Leave this to me. Heels inbound.
Thanks for the heals, my dude. Nope. You have to bleed so you can be quick about this. Not know that rations heal bleed, so that's good. We don't, but then again, we don't have a Sarah Jerky either, so I guess that. See? Stops you from doing your big bang effect there. Oh, we're following up, my dude. Okay. That was too early. Wow, that's really interesting.
Keep an eye on your weapon's sharpness. Over here, bud. I'm your target.
Look away for 2 seconds. Look away for 2 seconds. Look away for 2 seconds. Thank you. The aiming is apparently really good right now. Actually, no. If there is a proper complaint that I have with these games, and it's not just this one, probably the last time I'm actually gonna give a complaint about this type of about a certain mechanic in these general gist of games, is the targeting system. I have always said that the targeting systems in these games are utter crap. Like, no matter how they improve of it, like I've always had situations where, like, after 2 or 3 seconds fighting a monster, my targeting system develops like ADD and just goes somewhere else, and I'm like, stop. There's no squirrel around. Focus on the monster. Like, I know you have ADHD for death, but like, come on, man, stop it. Like, I literally will start saying stuff like that because I'm like, I think that's really dumb. That it's just gonna, like, straight up just not focus on the monster. Alright. Yeah, like, it's not just this game. I've developed that complaint from Elden Ring, and I noticed that these types of games share that too. Good, I can't see you even though I'm right there. Run? Bird, I know you don't have it in you to survive. Can I get you to stop, Bird? You're pissing me off now. Thank you. Focus. Focus. Why are we not like focusing on this monster? Target is there, like it shows it's there, so why are we not like actually focusing? Not that bad. Yeah, the targeting. That's what I mean by focusing. Because, like, you know when you tell somebody to focus, it's just like the one thing. Tell them, like, focus on that one thing. Yeah, but it is, like, I generally just do not like the targeting in these games. But I actually did not see it at first in these types of games. I actually seen it more in, like, Souls games. So, like, it started with Elden Ring, and then Black Myth Wukong had it, and I was just like, no, come on. This targeting system sucks, dude. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, you know what, that's not. I'm sorry, this was a one? This was a one cart mission? I actually didn't know that. Heyo, what's going on, Pimp? What is that? Pimpai? Pimpe? I actually don't even know how to say your name.
Not as a Himberie.
So, targeting.
That was an unexpectedly fierce monster. Let's try again.
That's
after some
focus mode. I
preparation.
don't. That's not what I'm talking about. Focus. So, let me see here. Captions. No. No. Auto select fast travel. Yeah, I'm not actually talking about like focus mode. I'm actually talking about when I press the button to target, it just locks onto that monster. Period. Like it does not break its focus. Like I can understand if like it's in the middle of something and then I can't see it because it's behind me. Oh, Lynn. Oh, hey, Lynn. Nice. Okay. Well then, where is it? Him. Yeah, like snap focus and lock. Yeah, something like that. Like when I press the button, it goes straight to the monster immediately. Like that's essentially what I'm talking about. So let me see if I can find it. Because if it is just because it's not, no, not that. Maybe under focus mode because it's the same buttons around. Yeah, like, it wouldn't be these because this is L2. So let me see if there's a. Map zoom, no map zoom. Because I don't believe there is. And the only reason why I say that is because if it was here, I would already have it enabled. Game settings here. Displays the minimap at a larger size. No, that's just aesthetics. This is like aesthetics. How you doing, Lynn? How is everything going for you? Getting my butt kicked, apparently, in this game. And we're also trying some new stuff. And yeah, I mean, essentially that's what we're doing. Otherwise, despite me barking like a dog here about all the game's shortcomings, in my personal opinion, all the game's shortcomings, I do personally like this game as well as World. So like I will continue to play them even though like I may complain about it. Plus, both of these games has nothing compared to Destiny 2. I'm just gonna say that now. All of the like complaining I've collectively had from both of the games combined is literally nothing. It's a drop in the water to the amount of times I've complained about Destiny 2. And I have basically lived through those games. I have played Destiny 1 back when it first came out. I played the beta for 2. I have played all the way through 2. So yeah, like this is like me. I am absolutely like tame when it comes to these two games. I don't see it. Let me see if there is. I'll just ask online, I guess. Includes both a sticky focus lock-on and a Snap 2 target camera. Oh, thanks, AI. Let's see if you're. So is this like in-game settings, or is this like I have to quit the game and change the thing, change the lobby ID setting? I'm sure that's what that actually is. All right, so camera tab. Okay, well, actually that would have helped. That makes sense because the lock-on is a camera thing. So let's actually camera distance and camera shake. I'm okay with the shake. Focus camera. Adjust whether automatic camera lock-on for targeted monsters is enabled. Well, yeah, I already got this enabled. Okay. But I'm sure everyone here. It's a good day. Hey, well, no problem, man. Or woman. I don't know. I say man by default. Don't think that that's me like purposely saying no to that. Like, completely just disregarding it. I just say that to everyone, dudes or chicks. All right, monster sighting camera. Just whether the game enters cinematic mode. Oh, cinematic. Fine. Just what kind of monsters can be targeted? Allows both small and large monsters targeted. Technically, this one's kind of iffy in my opinion because some of these other monsters are fairly small compared to the other ones, but they still count them as large. Why not? Actually, no, large monsters only because I only just want to focus on the monster that we're going to be fighting. Target camera will align vertically to the target monster's position. Okay, this one might actually be the setting. The target camera aligns vertically to a point between the target monster's position and the camera's current position. Ah. Target will align vertically to the monster's position. I'll try this one. I don't know. Just whether to link monster targeting to objective selection. Only link when targeting. Targeting or untargeting a monster also sets or moves your objective. Yeah, no, I want that still. That's fine. So, yeah, it looks like we are... Camera behavior, vertical aims in the same direction as the hunter is facing. No, that's the reason why I picked it. Yeah, I liked 4 better. This one I actually did try and I was like... Alright, well, let's see what we have here. Sanctium. Let's see what we got here, because I did see there were some options here. So, let's give it a try. I mean, you were technically right. You were technically right. I'll give you that one. Not going to give the AI that one. I'll give you that one. Because believe it or not, there is actually a game, and I'll be playing it tomorrow. I want to cry. I actually do. Well, we'll do this. The good thing is, at the very least, Raydoubt is weak to water.
Dangerous one, but I know you'll manage.
And of course, our first monster to fight is Sergio's. This game, bro. Nah, just pick the bleed monster. Oh my god, bro. I love that. I'll fix this. I love it. Fair enough. I got you by that. Yep. I also could be hitting this monster with flash bots too. Alright. Oh, we're about to go back to this again. There we go. Dedicated to this. Yo, Lawrence? Yo, that's crazy. Alright, cool, we'll do this. And we'll just go around. Okay, so it does kind of target. It kind of targets, but it's such a weird way of targeting. I kind of don't like that. I will say though that there is actually a game that I'll be playing this coming Friday. It is an older game, and it is actually called Lord of the Rings: War of the North. When I actually looked at the way that that targeting works in the game, it literally does exactly what I want it to do. And it never fails. And I thought to myself, how is a game from like, I think it's from like the late 2000s or something, how does a game from this actually get this right, but like modern games can't get this right at all, in my opinion? Like, they all have like a flavor of it, I should say. I'll preface by saying they have a flavor of it, but it is not like the exact way that I like it. And obviously, like, you're never gonna get that right. But you try to get as close as you can. Like, for what it's worth, this targeting is better than World, but like, I think it could be a little bit better. So obviously, only time will tell when that's gonna change. But I will say though, it is really nice to actually see like dual blades get like a really cool animation and like a cool set of attack. So it's like, it is really cool to see that. They get some like additional damage that they could not get in World. I just don't like the fact that this guy comes from around the bend and just like has such a long range for his attack. Insane.
Looks like it's moving to a new area.
Definitely not putting that up. Cool. Good attempt, Lynn. I'll say a pretty good attempt there, because that's what I would have done if I actually had the, if I had it equipped.
All right, time to get serious.
Not bad. Setting is called...
The lightning has begun.
Setting is called Enable Focus Target Camera from me. Oh, that's where it focus. Okay, this is another one of those. Another one of those that's not very, it's not described very well. I'll go check it out. I'll go check it out. Let's see if we can get this over with, and then we'll go from there. Nice. And hey, how's it going there, Clemens? How are you doing?
Here, Bob. I'm your target.
Monk is gonna get away because. Nice. don't know what happened there. Alright, on the ground you go.
Keep an eye on your weapon's sharpness.
We'll focus on that when we actually need to right now. That was not the time. What? Oh yeah. Alright, if he decides to run away, then we'll go for that. Oh, he's looking a little naked now. Yeah. That's really interesting. He's just like, I'm not really in it now. I don't care. I don't need that. Yep, right now this Regios is acting like me now. He's like, I don't really want to do this anymore. Except that's too damn bad. I'm tired, Grandpa. Oh, nice. Okay. Wasted opportunity there, but sure. Good job, Bugs. Nice, good job. Good dodge. Wow. Thanks, game.
Use this if you need some heals.
Okay. That's really annoying. That's cool. I mean, it's gonna be as annoying until the monster dies. We got this though. Chief one shot. Can I vote for Omega next? Oh no. I don't want to be fighting Omega, man. I don't mind. Like if we want to do Omega, then it would have to be next time. Because right now this actually might be my last hunt since I'm looking at the time right now. It's almost 11:30 here, so I do have work in the morning, so I might have to like cut it after this. But I will tell you this:
We've received additional supply items.
I'll go ahead and at least take one day out of next week, and do that. GG's. Oh yeah, man! I wake up at 7 in the morning, man. I got like work at 8, so yeah. And my body actually does not go to sleep until like, don't stress. All right, cool. Like I could take one day out of like maybe 1 or 2 days out of my Monster Hunter World sessions for it, cause like I don't mind. It's like it's Monster Hunter, right? So like that's how I see it. So like if needed, that's what we could do. But for sure, I would definitely like you to join when you can. Who knows? I may actually dedicate like some days on the weekend. I just have to like get to a point where I can actually where we can actually like be able to do this. Cause like I've been pretty busy these past weekends. I have 2 cars that I work on. They're like personal projects at this point. One's a daily driver that I'm just trying to like catch up on repairs with, and then the other one is like an actual legitimate project car. And yeah, that's
We're
a
making solid
fun
progress on
car
your
because sometimes it's a little stressful, but it does drive and it does feel nice to drive. But yeah, like there will be a time where I will just legitimately just say, you know what, I'm not doing anything this weekend. Let's stream. But yeah, I think the best thing to do at that point, if you want to see like if I stream on off days, because typically I don't stream on Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. But if you want to see if I do stream on my off days, definitely follow the channel, and definitely if you're on YouTube, subscribe, because I do have a Discord that I am slowly getting more people in, and as we get more people into that Discord group, the more stuff I will be adding. And there are times where I'll just say, hey, I don't think I'm going to be streaming today, or yeah, I'll be streaming today, so like, you know, be prepared, blah blah blah, stuff like that. But yeah, like on YouTube, if you go to the comment section on YouTube on my channel, you'll actually see the actual schedule. And then on Twitch, if you go to my Twitch profile, you'll see the actual schedule there too. So usually I play on my work nights, so if you do see me pretty tired most of the time, that's because I'm like actually doing it there. Oh dang, that was actually good timing. I don't care if I got hit with that. Favorite monster? Of course, he'd be my counter. Gormagalis, that sucks. Nice. Good job. The Gormagalis that actually rocks. Okay, now I'm personally being targeted. Gotcha. I'll personally target this guy too. I will say though, it is actually like pretty hard to cut his tail off. Like, I've never actually like... Yo, that's some BS, bro. He just turned at the last second. Okay, dude, this monster's sentient. Like, this monster's actually sentient, man. That's dumb. I mean, not dumb, but still. Gimmick. That was just planned. Planned all along. I'm not touching that. Okay, cool. At least this is not the rank 9 version of this monster, or no, the rank 10 version. Or his like extra follow-up attacks. Okay, dude, now you're just purposely avoiding. No. Oh, dang. I didn't know we were over here. Alright. Bad. Nice try. Nice try. Rip. Alma, don't tell me what to do. Like, I know that. I should really equip Bludgeoner. How you doing, Chief? How's it going? Excuse me, that was an actual thing. Holy crap. Oh, I got cheated out of that. That's a rip. Cool. That's fair. Bird, let's go. Run. I don't care if I'm drinking. Run. Wow. He just books it. Dang, man. Missed opportunities here. That's fair, though. Nice. I'm gonna go straight for that face. Drill the face. And the wing. Cut the wing. So he can't fly. Yeah, that's fair. You know what? That's fair. Even with David's help, he was fundamentally a useless cat. Because I refuse to use my ancient potion. Well, that or the max potion, but max potion is 2, so I'd rather have that. I'm gonna say, I think it's working? Question mark? Like Gormagala's journey, like I do see more attacks, so like obviously it's working. Cheated. Dang, dude. There you go. Nice. Fair enough, fair enough. Down for some world on Saturday? Yeah, dude. You're on, man. I would definitely like to do that. A nice little palate cleanser. Get down, buddy. Go. Yeah, I guess I don't need well, that tail whip was not even super effective. Yeah, no, for sure, man. I'm down for that. Man, so far the flash pods have not worked at all during this hunt with these zone transitions, because they usually do work, but I also believe it's because we're not like actually hitting them at the proper angles. that you should hit them in. So it's like, to all fairness, it's very fair that it's not actually working. I'm just actually kind of surprised. I will say though, the peak performance definitely does work, and I definitely know the burst is working. Constitution is too. So, definitely pretty cool. What the heck is my bird doing? Bro, what was that? Okay, I don't think I was meant to play this game tonight. My bird just decided to quit. Yo, that's crazy, man. I know, bird, you want to leave so bad, but it's also possibly because I want to turn you into KFC. So colorful. So cool. Oh, he's like, give me a minute. I need a breather. Elemental absorption can now be... Alright. Yeah, no, this straight up just doesn't work. This dude is like immune to flash pods apparently. But I also think it's because we're like pushing him so quickly. But that still should not be the case, because like I pushed him to different zones and still was able to keep him at bay. So that is just really strange. That is strange, man. Then again, when it comes to this, like, any session in Monster Hunter, period, I just never know what I'm going to run into. Like, I may have, like, an absolute W of a stream. Or I may just, like, actually just take a big fat L the entire stream, because the game just wants to say F me, man. Which I've had plenty of those streams where the game is just like, no, you're not doing anything that that you're technically allowed to do. You see, like, between monsters getting, like, really quick with their follow-ups, to them straight up just being sentient enough to dodge everything, to just straight up having the game pull the rug under me and be like, nah, we're gonna do some BS mechanics that just like don't normally exist. Like, it is quite interesting. Nothing personal right now. It's just complete carnage. Nothing personal.
That's my partner.
Dang, the cats are beating up this poor dino. Dang, man. Nice. Good stuff. Good job, Lynn.
You were amazing out there.
Woo! We got another level up. Look at that. Actually, I want to go to... let's see. What is out here?
This will freshen you up quick.
That's not worth it. That is definitely not worth it. This is going to be for the... Oh, it's going to be for this. Oh, look at that. Raydell's over there, too. Alright. We're going to go visit Tashin real quick. We're probably going to get the food buff. And then I will go ahead and hop off this. Before we actually end the stream, I'm going to switch over to World, so that way you guys get an idea of what I'm talking about with, like, how I have, like, all the builds.
Wow, we
Sure, they may use Fatalis, but the actual decorations themselves, man, these people are, like, movable. Yeah, that'd be nice. I love my insurance that works.
Help yourselves.
I have no idea what that even is, but it looks good. And I don't even know how you're eating. You're literally like an Iron Maiden. So, like, I don't know how you're actually eating.
Come by anytime.
Eats. Speaking of, what do we have over here? Oh, yay. Maybe next time. It will be next time. Let's go save this game first, because I actually did have this game not save on me when I quit, and it was actually kind of stressful. That was years ago, though. So, years ago meaning like the very first few months. Switch this over. Monster Hunter, I think it. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. Let me give you a little brief view of what my main game save file is like, and why I like swear by like poison, paralysis, and stuff like that. And why I also believe that even though the game technically separates your skills for you, thus should make it easier. But this is also why I have a tendency to say I don't know if it really. At least for me. At least for me. But you guys could be like, dude, this is like the easiest thing in the world. I don't know what you're stressing about. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what you guys would think. Yep. Played the beta for this game on PS4. Then I proceeded to not play this game until 2024 because I actually forgot about this game. 2024 comes around, and within like the span of a year, I go from starting the game for the first time in a long time to beating Fatalis. And then from that point on, it's a matter of like actually, doing other stuff. Which I do have other goals in this game too, aside from getting to rank 999. Here's what I mean by the crafting. I have specifically named builds here that literally do a bunch of things at once. Granted, in this game you can get 3 skills, but you have to use Varioth. So that way you can get like the one that has just one. I got the Gift of Epilepsy, which focuses mainly on paralysis and then proccing it. There's the COVID build. And this one and Tribal Warrior are similar, but one's a little bit more aggressive. This one is a bit more aggressive. And I've actually tested this with one of the monsters in here called... What is it called? It's a Nergigante, basically. I tested it on Nergigante. Ruiner Nergigante. And when I go to test builds in this game, I basically don't touch the trainings area. In fact, when I want to test something out, like 8 or 9 times out of 10, I'm going to Ruiner Nergigante to actually test the build out. Unless I know it's probably not ready for him, then I won't. But yeah, as you can see, even with all of the like extra stuff here, I still managed to like have what I would consider to be like pretty crazy stats in this build. Now granted, this does use Dragonhide for the most part, so for those who are like, for those of the uninitiated, Fatalis is basically the end-all be-all armor set essentially. Anything that has a secret to it will be unlocked with Fatalis, plus each piece of armor comes with 3 level 4 decoration slots, thus giving you a grand total of 15 level 4 decoration slots, and that's not including your mantles, decoration slots, and any weapons that may potentially have decoration slots. So it's considered to be the best armor in the game, and the best armor, like the set bonus in the game as well. But I do have like other builds that I use that do not use that. For example, this raw damage build doesn't use that. Thunderclapper doesn't use that. This build is specifically for Behemoth, so I don't care what I use for Behemoth. This one doesn't use it. Then again, it specializes in resisting. rather than because it turns the resistance into more attack, more damage. So that's why I have the elemental conversion from Alatreon and all elemental resistance Alatreon. And then of course the Nergigante ambition for the haste and recovery, because haste and recovery actually works in this game, and it gives you a pretty decent amount of HP back. So when I have, if you ever hear me complain about Wilds healing being absolute garbage, just know that in here, it's not the best, but I think it's better than Wilds. Also, as an aside, you do have health augment. Since you can augment your weapons in this game, you do have the ability to have health augment, which can further expand your weapon's capabilities. So, I mean, yes, there's that, which can help complement your in my case, my glaive's ability to, do what it does best. But still doesn't stop me from complaining about the healing factor in that game. Because Wilds, they need to increase the healing. No question about it, they need to increase. Why is she also...
Oh, by the way.
I heard you were out there kicking Bass and shaking James. Who's this James fellow? I thought you were fighting that Safi'jiiva monster. Yes, I want to say this past Saturday, I was fighting Safi'jiiva with another streamer. I wasn't on the air, but like I was fighting Safi'jiiva with another streamer and actually managed to beat Safi'jiiva for the first time on PC. So, yeah. But yeah, if now you guys have some context as to why I am the way I am with my complaints. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and head out. Sure, why not? We're going to go ahead and wrap this up now. We're going straight on over to the screen. So, if you're here, welcome. It's not the end of the journey. It's not the end of the road. In fact, it is just the beginning. Well, in about 8 minutes, it will be close to the beginning of our new stream that will be happening on Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I'll be playing with a couple of my friends in a game called Lord of the Rings: War of the North. It is something that's different for me. I personally never played the game, so I'm actually going through this game for the very first time. The only reason why we're not playing a random game that tomorrow is because I already heard from my friend that everything is locked in, ready to go. So yeah. But for everyone who stayed and watched and, endured me, thank you very much for that. I do appreciate everyone staying and watching. I can guarantee you that not all of my streams are like this. There are some times where I will admit I'm in the wrong, as I was doing in this stream. Or, yeah, that doesn't make sense for even me to do. So don't worry, it's not always like that, but if it does, we can always dedicate the time for another game. In fact, I don't know. Maybe I'll run a poll tomorrow to see like what games we should start incorporating throughout the week. I know I got some games that I just started like not too long ago that we could probably dedicate more time to. Because yeah, random game day is only one day out of the week. So I don't know. Maybe we either add an extra day on the weekend, maybe one of the 2 days on my weekend off, or maybe we swap out Monster Hunter for something else, at least for a couple of days out of the week. Who knows? But I guess that will be for next time, so stay tuned for tomorrow. Thank you guys on YouTube. If you like the stream, you can thumbs it up, and obviously, so you can see what I do next. And if you're on Twitch, all you have to do is hit the follow button. It is definitely free. And like I mentioned before, you want to check the schedule on either of the channels. On YouTube, just go to the comment section on my profile. You'll see it there. And I believe it should be in the description. If not, I will definitely change that. But if you're on Twitch, just go to my profile and then bada bing, bada boom. You'll see it right there as you scroll down. But thank you again, guys. Thanks to Noxus. I will see you next time, everyone. Have a good one. And till then, Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you keep yourself sound of mind. And above all else, God loves you all. Blessed day. Bye-bye.